What No one could ever love you more. If it's forever, lady, I love you. I said I would. I would. Just take some time, let me try to find the words I want to say to you. I've been searching my mind, I've got to find the reasons I feel the way I do. Let me emphasize that I recognize what I should and should not do. And though I know it's wrong, every now and then I fall just to talk to you. There's no to be cool. The streets of relief, of sometimes you cross my mind, and I don't know why, but I feel from you. I want to stay close. I realize the most when it's there to be good. I've got kids home. I can't leave them alone. This I'm feeling it. I've got another life. I still love you like so I still love still. It's the rain and the wind. You try to be cool. Even when you try, That's my part. What's up, everybody? Still healing, still coughing, and we're still here. Good morning, good afternoon to some. Soon to be for us in the East Coast. Still kind of relatively early morning for on my West Coast. Everybody in between, how you doing? And woo! Can't get as loud and as boisterous right now, but hey, we're gonna work with it. Oh man. So who we got in the chat? Reigning Woman, the underrated one, Gold Professor, Tampa Supreme, the Rocket King, Newt, Brandon, I'm listening. Hey, PK Angel, Alonzo Hall, Shop Talk Live, Sup Faulkness, motherfucker. Jesse Jefferson, hello, good morning, salutations to you all. I know this is one of my early streams, but hey, hopefully you enjoyed the music while waiting. Don't you feel better when you hear a little Frankie Beverly in your day? I do. A friend of mine, one of my best friends, Ali, and one of our friend group chats sent me the video that I know that a couple of you probably already seen. One was a light-skinned chick. Of course, I'm going to get it. She was describing a date, a first date. Thank you for sharing Underrated. Please, everybody like, share, and subscribe. Please do. We want to get as many views and as many eyes on this Black Manosphere because somebody needs the lessons, the life lessons we're giving out. And this light-skinned lady, this chick, this broad even, basically told this story about her. So back with Dragon, of course, dance my pain away. See, she told this story about a first date with a guy. Number one, she was running late. The guy was picking her up. She was running late, rushing back home. Red flag number one. Red flag number two. Guy picks her up. She says, could you take me to pick up something for my daughter to eat. That's red flag number 2. So they go to a McDonald's, and she narrates her story, excuse me. And she gets to the drive-thru, and the guy asks her for the money to pay for it. She said, and I quote, "At that moment, I knew that nigga was not getting this pussy." And I'm just listening to this, and she's like, "Well, you want to take me on a date, but you can't even pay for the meal at McDonald's for my daughter." Then it was another black woman. She's talking to her and a black guy, and she said, when excuse me, when my boss found out I was having a sleepover with my daughter, he paid for it. So you're trying to compare a boss to a possible romantic, what's up, Mr. T? Or Mr. 7? To a possible romantic relationship. And when I finished it, I gave my view. I said a lot of guys would not take it out on the child, but we would look at you weird. Excuse me. So, yeah, you know, go, Professor. So you're dealing with a person who's playing games. You're not upfront. You're not being honest, and you're late. The worst part about it is you decided from the first date this guy didn't meet your expectations because of something you failed to do as a parent. Notice not one time anybody gave any consideration Easily me, what's up? Excuse me. I was fine before the live stream. Nobody gave consideration about this guy's feelings, how he felt. It's always entitled me. You're somebody's mother and you didn't make sure your daughter was good prior to getting ready for a date. I can't even be articulate with it. You're sorry, son of a bitch. You're sorry. For some odd reason, you could take it upon yourself to get ready for a date. You couldn't tell him, hold up, I'm going to be a few minutes. I'm picking up some food for my daughter, but you're going to judge him. It's incredible. So I'm just thinking about it. Like yesterday on my channel, we were talking to JoJo and letting him know how much he lucked up early in life to find a good woman. Unfortunately, for a lot of brothers, are not so lucky. And here's the crazy part, PK Angel. Whoever's watching your daughter so you can go on the date, they can't cook? What about the father? Oh, right, we can't ask those questions, right? Excuse me. But for some odd reason, you want to hold it against a guy because he's asking you to pay. He's not required to take care of your daughter.
Sorry. He's not required to actually take care of you. The first date is just getting to know you. You showed how much of a lack of a woman and responsible mother you are before you even get to the place or the restaurant. Like this modern women, this sense of entitlement has to give. Something truly has to give. What's up, Chicago writer? Still healing, but we're here. Long time no see. This sense of entitlement that modern women have developed, which is one, undeserved and uncalled for, it's crazy. How the hell can you legitimately try to call this guy out and you're so arrogant and narcissistic that you don't even know, nor understand, nor comprehend, nor took one step to realize that it makes you look like a shitty mother? If I'm going somewhere, yes, my son's 13. I'm still going to make sure he's good before I leave the house. Sorry. But you have a child that's younger, much younger. And you couldn't have said, hey, prior to us going out, I'm going to be a few minutes to pick up my daughter something to eat. Not even consider it. But you knew right then and there that guy couldn't get your pussy. So, like, I think it was Gold Professor. Who was it? Yep, Gold Professor. Your pussy is less than $5, $4.99, maybe a little bit more with tax. Then, if I was the one taking her out, I would have to ask this question: where's the child's father? Why didn't he bring food? There are so many questions that would need to be asked before she tries to wild me out. Then you have to figure something out to yourself and say, hey, something's not right. You already didn't value my time because you don't know if I have to work in the morning. The guy obviously is interested in getting to know you, which apparently, good luck with that shit, with that trifling chick. And the audacity of her telling this story like she's in the complete right. Like, what's wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this picture, man? She's not even appreciative that the guy could have said, hey, I got reservations. What if it was a place? Think about it. What if it's a place with reservations? What if it was a place that was far out and took like 45 minutes to get to or something? Just the sheer audacity is something else. But yet, you have these young children and you still think you're fit enough to date. I don't get it. Something's a little disturbing about that. Then you want to try to joke the guy like he did something wrong. And I see this so much in modern women where their entitlement, you must do this for me. I am woman, hear me roar, except when it comes to defending my own ass. It just doesn't make any damn sense. You failed on so many levels to even get your daughter sufficient, and I mean sufficient, nourishment for that day. So much so to the point that you were ready to jump your ass in a car and think this guy ought to pay. That's much. It's like BGS said this earlier this week. You want beta males to pay, but you still want to have babies by guys who aren't great fathers because for some odd reason, I just want to crack the code. Is it because you want to rule these guys? Are you legitimately attracted to these guys? Like, what's up? I'm actually interested in wanting to know, why do you have children by guys and you're not going to stay with them? There's an issue somewhere out there. And inquiring minds really do want to know. Because a lot of brothers don't want to deal with this shit, deal with women for that shit. Especially when it comes to women with kids. You want me to give your kid the world and still somehow treat me like shit. If I don't do exactly what you say, I ain't shit. That's amazing. Gold Professor said he was thinking to himself, I could have had the booty in the car, wasted my gas on this. I could have slid her $4.99 and kept it pushing. She crossed the line the moment I see a kid or the first date in my eyesight as being a sign of her being a bad person. See, a lot of women, once again, do not understand men. If men kept the entitlements that women have, I really do believe women wouldn't be able to take it. Like, why are you trying to date with young kids? Why couldn't you get your child ready or fed? You remember that date because you got something out of it. It's pathetic. It is downright pathetic. Then you want to accuse the brother of basically of being cheap, but nobody wants to accuse you for being a sorry ass mother. And quite frankly, that's what you are. Sorry. You couldn't even have the courtesy to think of your own damn seed first before taking your ass out. Like, I'm convinced y'all let anybody skeet up in y'all. Of course, not all, but too damn many. Like, there are women who cannot have kids will be better parents than them. And this is scaring the shit out of me. So, you're more concerned on getting a goddamn date to get something out of a person, and depending on if he spends money on you, that's how you know he's going to get the pussy. Wow. See what Chicago writer said. I have an older brother in the exact same situation, Officer Charles. He's 35, good job, no kids, but dates a single mom with 3 kids who's 37, has a sense of entitlement, treats him like a dog. Pathetic. That's because a lot of mothers do not school their boys. A lot of mothers ought to be in. If this was a crime, a lot of mothers will be indicted. I'm just going to say that. You school your girls, but you let your sons be simps for women. Your single son with no kids. See, it's a combination of moms not schooling their boys and black men having low self-esteem. It's almost sinful to tell a black man you deserve better. The women will get it. You'll almost never hear them tell black men you deserve better. When there used to be competitions on women cooking, on trying to get the best man. They would bring meals, they would bring pies, all kinds of desserts, just to show how much of a benefit she could be to that man's life. But now, it's always you have to prove yourself. And she could bring kids from a failed relationship, being the greatest liability she can be, and it's okay. Nobody will question her on that. I just think it's fucked up. Yet, they wonder why they're not getting married. They wonder why they're not getting chosen. Because of stories like this. And the fucked up part about it is, they see this shit as a badge of honor. Really? You're in a failed, you have a failed relationship, you have a child, and you're a single mom, not appreciating a guy who still sees some type of, somehow, some way value in you. But this is what we get. This is what we get. And fellas, I'm going to say this. For God's sakes, have some dignity and respect. Don't allow nobody to mistreat you or disrespect you. It's no different what I would say to the females. Because when you really think about it, nobody gives a damn about you like you. Certainly doesn't. At the same damn time, I'll see a lot of parents telling their daughters, if he can't do this to you, he ain't shit. So, y'all talk this shit about how we we project our imagination, we try to prostitute women out. A lot of times, the first person who put a price on your pussy is your mom. If he can't do this, he ain't shit. If he can't buy you that, don't give him no pussy. See, we still believe, especially when you're in that blue pill phase, into this happily ever after bullshit. But your mom is the one who tell you the real shit. And I bet you there's no father in that lady's life, no male role model. Because a prostitute would say shit like that. Think about it. No man would sit there and tell his daughter, if he can't buy you this, don't give him no pussy. They would talk about how he treats you, how he courts you. That's not what men would say. Think about that. I said it once and I'll say it again. Women see the price on top of something. Men see the value within it. I'm gonna say it again for the niggas in the back. Men see the price. Excuse me. Women see the price of something. Men see the value in it. Till you disvalue your own self, guess what? You're gonna be the ones losing out on a lot of good men. It's a video. I forget what the name of the show is. If I can find it, I'll post it. But yeah, I look at this, and this is the normal, everyday view of how women judge men. And then you wonder why we go through these games, we go through these situations, we can't raise families because you don't even value a father being there. You can't even value your own father, actually. And it starts with how you see the world and how you see yourself. As soon as you put a price tag on your ass, you're going to see everything as a fucking exchange. You don't even want to be kosher. You don't even want to be loving. What you really want to do is you want to actually get a beta male to provide for you and him to shut the hell up. Instead of actually saying that, you know what, I have this baby. I know I screwed up. I'm gonna have to show a lot of my values as a woman to show him that I'm a benefit, excuse me, and not a liability. I'm just thinking to myself, like, how the hell can you bring a child in a situation and still think, hey, he's lucky to be with me? Really? Why did they do that? Anywhere else in the world, and thank you for subscribing. Where the hell, anywhere else in the world, do we put a when you're at a deficit, you should be thankful that someone still sees a little value in you. And the sheer arrogance, I mean, really on some fucking Rick Rude shit, man. You see these broads and they wonder why these men don't want to talk to us. They look at us like everybody, like we're trying to get them. Because you are. Ahmad Dixon and Black Dog, thank you for the Cash App support. Thank you. Ooh, support your interests. And I feel bad for really good brothers. I really do. God knows I do. My damn heart goes out to you. I don't know if it's either delusion, artisan, or is it just foolhardiness? I think it's just full-fledged narcissistic personality disorder or something. Like, the audacity some of these chicks will give their men and tell them, I demand, wait a minute, you bringing other crumb snatchers in a situation. Did you demand that other dude to have to do all this shit? No. And that's another thing. that I'm glad I just spoke on. You don't even demand that much from the guy you had the goddamn kids by. And that's what pisses off a lot of dudes who date single mothers, by the way. And some of these dudes can be bums, ain't worth shit, and y'all will literally demand more from your boyfriend or the stepfather than what you do from the guy you had him. Like, I hate to take a page out of, you know, Alan Roger Curry, but the beta male revolution has begun. And I doubt that motherfucker be televised. See, you're involving yourself in dangerous platforms where I don't want to see women get hurt over some dumb shit being conniving. I really don't. I really want you women to play it smart and to make sure you value yourselves and value men. Because a lot of you in these future days coming up, especially next year, there's going to be a lot of people set out of their houses because of this COVID epidemic. And people used to say, why did my grandfather and my mother and my grandfather and my grandmother used to stay in these long-term relationships? You know why? Because one, they needed each other. Two, they actually valued each other, man. There was some value. It's like that song by Deborah Lawls, very special. You need me and I need you. You have a bunch of personalities who don't even know each other. We're not a community. We're not a black community. We're just a bunch of Negroes who live near each other. What you mean? Yeah, I've said what I said. Shit. It is what it is. Because if you actually had community, if you actually had a society, see, the Jewish people in America have a community. Hell, they have a society. To the point where a lot of this bullshit that happens in our faux or so-called community wouldn't even exist. Because the goddamn elders of that community would sit your silly asses down and tell you stop that dumb shit and get along. You wouldn't be married for love or some make-believe shit. You'd be married for fucking efficiency, to bring the generation along. But yet, we get this entitlement, and now I gotta go to the thirsty nigga. The nigga fucking it up. The only nigga that'll allow a 5'2", 300-pound woman to say she's a bad bitch. You think that chick that was on Kevin Samuel's show? You think a lot of them thirsty motherfuckers in North Carolina weren't pumping her head up? You really think they weren't? Why do you think she said what she said about her body? She had the face of Roger from American Dad and the body of the goddamn cockroaches from Men in Black. And she really thought that she was bad? Notice she didn't say anything about her personality. She didn't say anything about her being a benefit to a man's life, even though she's bringing a child, a 13-year-old at that. So I got to deal with a goddamn teenager. A goddamn teenager. And then every man wants to hear this from a teenage boy. You ain't my daddy. But the little nigga is eating like a grown-ass man off your hard-earned plate. Really? Really? PK Angel said Charles, in most cases, is narcissism, of course, and low level psychiatry. I had a failed relationship and spoke to a therapist about it. The guy said, "You are a normal dude," and the woman at the time was nuts. Of course. Of course. You see a lot of this shit in our community because there's unchecked mental issues. Unchecked. I've been on calls where women think the police is automatically on her side. And she could get away with yelling, screaming, throwing shit in front of him and trying to hit him. And the bitch got arrested. Why you arresting me? He the motherfucker. No, you're the criminal because you just assaulted a guy in front of my presence. And then, because of this shit that being in a single, see the damages of the single motherhood to men is tenfold. Jim Crow was fucked up, but at least we have real men. God damn. I would never like to live under that shit, but whew, masculinity was a motherfucker at least. Here it is. You got men judging their goddamn masculinity on how they can serve a woman. You haven't even fucking journeyed in life yet that you worrying about serving a goddamn woman. How the fuck does that go? Where do they do that? And you wonder why the Chinese is kicking ass. You wonder why the black community been stagnant for 60 years. You don't even want to teach your boys, but yet you're too busy trying to buy asses and tits. But you won't buy your son's textbooks. You won't buy them tutors. It's disgusting. But then you get mad when a man starts to have what? A standard? Oh no. Really? A black man with a standard? Where do they make them? Can't even get along long enough, really. You can't even work on your simple skills. Excuse me, folks. I think it's disgusting. I think it's downright disgusting. Because you don't even get, what do you get out of it? Tell me, right now, what do men get out of relationships these days? The goddamn homosexuals make out better than good men. Think Think about it. Homosexuals right now winning a good fight. Niggas who don't even work. Grown ass men who women have to take care of are winning. But yet, you shoo away the men with some value and some class. And then get upset while you're losing. I hope y'all do get upset. I hope I do get some trolls who want to say some shit. I really hope I do. But you know what the fucked up part about it is? You're going to have them same Negroes making excuses, making excuses. Well, you know, that's how women are, you know. Because they scared if they tell the truth to a woman, they ain't going to get no pussy because, you know, pussy rules everything around me. It's sad. Really sad if you think about it. Really sad. And on top of that, when you figure this out, ultimately, this is what she's going to teach her daughter. This is what she's going to teach her daughter. This is how, and then you wonder why this cycle continues. You're looking at it, you see a bunch of bitter women when she becomes a teenager or a young adult. Guess what's going to happen? She's going to sabotage her daughter's relationships. I really look at it. You're not even teaching your daughter to value anything and anybody. You're teaching your children, especially your daughters, to be fundamental whores. It's all about the bag. The only bag you're going to be getting, 35, is a bag of cat and dog food you're going to get for your lonely ass. Keep this behavior up. Oh, I knew at this moment he wasn't going to get this pussy. I'm pretty sure wherever y'all wouldn't go, your pussy was not of equal value. The old professor said, hey, I like these broads. I'm on my way to get one. To get one. Yeah, I know she ain't, but I really, really, really like tell it, bro, stop, no, can't. But I want you to think about it. And likewise to the fellas, I want y'all to start valuing yourself. Not just that, but evaluate yourself. Evaluate yourself before you put a value on yourself. Should be the rule. Somebody quote me on that shit. Evaluate yourself before you put a value on yourself. Because a lot of guys out there are good guys. Some ain't shit, just like women. There's some good women, there's some bad women. It's like his life. At the same time, you should not accept this type of abuse. You just shouldn't. Oh, he wasn't shit because he wouldn't buy my daughter a Happy Meal. No, you ain't shit because you ain't take care of your child prior to meeting me. Notice how she took no responsibility, no accountability, nothing's ever her fault. But as soon as you bring her up on it, well, that guy was so cheap. Is this the teachers of our culture? Is this the first teacher? Wow. 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 Well, black men ain't building. Are you picking builders or are you picking losers? Straight up. But no, it's not fair. You're putting all this pressure on us. How the fuck can we put pressure on you being a lady? Isn't that some shit you should naturally do? To be feminine? To be supportive? To be cooperative? To be a mother? To be a wife? To be an inspiration? How the fuck can I get inspiration from a chick who's more concerned about twerking than feeding your daughter? Like, how embarrassing would that sound if I go out and say, can I borrow $20 to get my son something to eat? Nigga, what you doing out? Nigga, what are you doing out? Like, this is the reason why if you didn't have men in the black community would not have just died. It'd have been a nuclear holocaust. Because y'all proving the fact that y'all can't think 5 minutes, and I do mean 5 minutes past your goddamn pussy. 5 minutes past it. Now, before I drop the link, I just gotta say this. Fellas, if you deal with a woman, and I seriously mean this, if you deal with a woman who would date you before she feeds her daughter, and you still deal with that bitch, I'm gonna look at you funny. Don't expect me to respect you and men like me. We can be cool from a distance. I'm just saying. I don't want to deal with that shit. I'm already a certain way about my son. And then you think she's going to take care of your kid if you knock her up? Got some bad news for you, my nigga. It's called 22 years of child support. Mm, mm. Tell you, boy, it's something about a sorry motherfucker that just gets under my skin. Sorry motherfucker. Yeah, homosexuals are winning, man. You didn't know? A house kept nigga. You know why? Cause she knows that nigga ain't gonna leave. He's so nice, so thankful, so happy. But then she wants to talk shit about the nigga, but she doesn't want to tell the truth. That's where she ranks. I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody want to join? Join. Let's have a discussion, men and ladies. What's up, sheep?
What's going on, man?
Nothing doing this late morning, early afternoon.
Turn on my camera so y'all can see what I'm putting on the good old alternator in this truck, before I get ready to go to a funeral. But
Condolences, condolences.
yeah, man, appreciate it. When I seen that video drop, I think it was this morning. I actually seen. I don't know when it dropped, but I actually seen it this morning. I was gonna talk about that because you know, I am the guy with married a woman with kids. And a situation happened like that with me. You know, we went out probably on our second or third date or something like that, and the kids were over her mom's house, and ultimately, it's funny how she said that to the point where whoever she left that child over their house, you mean to tell me they couldn't feed them? And kids are particular, because like I said at that time, me and my wife went on that third date or whatever, and the kids wanted, chicken nuggets. Of course, most grandparents, some they ain't got just chicken nuggets sitting in the house because they don't eat like that.
Yeah.
So we went out to go get some food for them, which was the chicken nuggets from Wendy's. She ordered the food. I was driving. When we
Okay.
pulled up to the window, as I'm pulling up to the window, I didn't say nothing. She hit me when I got to the window. She like budged my shoulder and was like, "Here, hug my card." And I laughed at her. I was like, "I got this." And she was like, "You sure?" I said, "Yeah, cool." She I didn't get that. She actually the lady in the video thought that because this man wouldn't pay for her child's food, that this wasn't the man for her. But considering that you're messing with a man and you have kids, he's already accepted that you have kids. So I
Mm-hmm.
mean, that's more or less the bigger step than anything. That's what women should be getting from this video. He accepted
Mm-hmm.
that you have kids, you know. But ultimately, a lot of the women are looking at, well, why he didn't pay for the food and be a gentleman. You mean the food that he's gonna pay for tonight when we go out, when I'm paying for the food, the drinks, if we go out to the movies, if we go out to the club, I'm paying for the drinks, the entry fee to get in, and you can't pay $5 for some nuggets.
And
So
then
that
the
speaks to you,
and
not
then
that
the
man.
and then the inconsideration that you were late.
What up, Charles?
What's up, man?
Woo! I gotta give you
Woo!
since I know you can't do it right now. Hey man, I got some.
Woo!
I got something on this, and usually I don't take this type of this take, but that's that guy fault. And here's why I say that. Because let's say you work Monday through Friday and you off Saturday and Sunday. If you're not looking for a relationship, then you just looking for somebody to hang out with, maybe have you some casual sex or whatever. If that's what your end game is, that's what your end game is. So he knew before he picked that baby mama up that baby mama got kids. Now one or two things gonna happen. Either she gonna waste my time because I only got 2 days off this week. So either she gonna waste my time or she gonna want me to buy some more extra bull crap that I don't got nothing to do with. I'm already knowing this before I pick a baby mama up. So if he just wanted to hit, he should have went on about that McDonald's. And if he was trying to be with her, he was gonna buy that McDonald's. So we know since he didn't want to buy that McDonald's, he was just trying to hit. Well, that's a part of the game because they live their life like that. They use everybody they date to pay for their little needs, whether it be you gonna be the Carnival Cruise Line or you gonna be the bill paying guy. That's just a part of the
Uh-huh.
game. You get
Uh-huh.
chicks who don't got kids. I used to laugh about it. Like I get off work on a Friday, pocket full of money, just got paid. I pick a chick up at 11 o'clock at night. I say, now tonight I'm gonna pick this chick up at 12:30. I'm gonna see if she's still gonna be hungry. It never fails. She at least want to go to McDonald's or order the higher. So give me the chicken strips that cost $12. I don't give a shit because I'm only picking you up to throw your flip flops in the air anyway. Now, if I'm looking for a real relationship, if I'm looking for a real relationship, then I'm gonna choose somebody who don't got all them problems, no kids, preferably, because I don't want that drama. I don't want. I'm selfish. I want my time. I might only got 2 days off a week. I don't want to spend them waiting on you to do whatever. Even if she cooked for her kids before we left, well, that's eating up the time I want to kick it. So
Yeah.
I'd much rather go and buy that little McDonald's if that's what I'm gonna do. Now, if you don't want to deal with all that drama and the stress of the baby daddy and bam, people's stuff that you ain't got nothing to do with and all that, don't date them. Date a chick with
Uh-huh.
no kids that ain't got nothing to do when she get off work, but wait on you to get off or whatever you doing so you can go pick her up or whatever y'all gonna do and hang out. The problem is women are the holders of sex and men are the holders of a relationship. So even when you
Uh-huh.
talk us like a dating site, a chick might get 100 clicks, but we already know 98% of those men just want to hit. After they hit, she'll never see him no more. Now,
Uh-huh.
we might get 10 clicks, but out of them 10 clicks, seven of them could be a possible relationship for us if we wanted, because them chicks actually like her. So they playing off of you want some of this coochie, so you need to help pay these bills, buy me something to eat that I usually don't go with my girls, take me somewhere I usually don't go with my girls, or pay for my kids. That's just a part of the game. If you're gonna play it for the coochie, don't complain about it. Just pay for that little shit, enjoy yourself, and get the fuck on. If you want a relationship with that, accept the responsibility of all the bull crap that come with it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's funny because shout out to Ron Wills, the field general. He talks about this. He talks about how broads will get upset if you give them a couple of dollars up front, but if you take them out, they'll fuck you. I'm just like, whoa, like it's prostitution, but yet it's
You know
but
what,
yet
Charles? Roger said it best. He called it safe prostitution.
yeah.
See, I learned that from my experience in dating. This is why I didn't never agree with the manosphere when they say, "Oh, young man, well, you need to wait till you get all your stuff together before you start dating." No, you need to experience what you're dealing with out here, but just do it safely so you can know what to avoid. Because a woman, she want to play the prostitution game, but she don't want to discuss. She don't want to put to words. She doesn't. She wants to do it in a safe way. Meaning, I'm gonna give you some of this ass, but I expect you to do this responsibility, and it's all hidden under the guise of you being a man. See,
Yeah.
but we really know it's safe prostitution. But I ain't gonna cut you off. Go ahead.
It's basically guilting a nigga. You're gonna guilt them into doing shit. At least if you're gonna guilt me, give me something out of it. Like you look at this shit and you're like, wait a minute. Every time I buy this chick something, that's when she's at her happiest. But she can't be happy when we just chilling. It's like we told the young brother, the young 22-year-old brother, y'all actually enjoy each other's time and you ain't gotta buy shit. Y'all like anime together, y'all do shit together. Dude, you better lock that motherfucker down. You're like, but what is she putting on the facade? Bullshit. Can't fake it that long. Bullshit. What's up, Artisan?
What's good, Charles? How you doing?
Oh shit, chilling, playing a little bit Madden on YouTube, running my mouth.
Yeah, I ain't over there wasn't cooking.
Oh, you coming in a little blurry.
With words,
Yeah, you coming in a little yeah speakers like rip, 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 rip.
hold on. Better?
A little bit getting there.
Spot on the bad spot.
Oh man, I tell you one thing about this situation. I'm just like, just tell the dude. I just want women to tell me, where do we benefit? Are you gonna be a liability, or are you gonna be an asset? Something's got
But
to
see,
give.
but see, Charles, here's the deal. Even when a woman want to play the safe prostitution game, see what you call guilt, I call see what they try to do. Whether it's somebody you trying to talk to and be with, or whether it's somebody who you just want to hit, they try to put you in a position of emotional indebtedness. This is the reason why. That's how they guilt you into doing little shit. If you're not smart, don't allow yourself to get put in an emotional indebtedness situation and understand what you're doing and what it's gonna cost. I already know
Hmm.
if I'm so thirsty that I go pick up a baby mama, she gonna want something to eat. I might have to buy her shorty something before we send them in the house. That's just a part of the game. If I don't want to deal with that, I'm not going to pick her up. I
Hmm.
always choose me somebody who ain't got no kids. So therefore, when I get off work or whatever I'm doing, hey baby, I'm gonna slide on you about 6. We're gonna do this and that. Okay, fine, no problem. I don't want to hear about what you got to do to take care of your kids, put them in order. I don't want to buy nobody nothing to eat. So therefore, I'm gonna set my life up where I choose a woman that reflect my what I like to do. They make me have fun. But I'm not gonna let a woman, whether I'm trying to date her or just hit her, put me in a position of emotional indebtedness where I owe her some type of emotional debt. I did this wrong, I did that wrong, so now I owe you this, or I gotta benefit you in some way now. Nah, I don't play that game with them. So you gotta understand that the young brothers gotta understand the games that get played. She's used to guys that she date take care of her physical responsibilities, her
Yeah.
monetary responsibilities. So when he didn't buy that McDonald's, she was like, "Oh, you ain't gonna get none." Now he probably was gonna get something if he bought that McDonald's because she already knew what it was.
Yeah.
That's
She
just how
already
that's just how that
she
rolls.
she
And
already
that
put herself out there.
Yeah, she's supposed to be giving that up anyway. Everybody McDonald's for her kids.
Oh, you
Somebody
still
said
you still
McDonald's
blurred.
is
You still blurred.
good.
Yeah.
and they just like one guy seen in the comment section told he was like, that's the value of her vagina. A happy meal
Hmm.
for her child.
Yeah, because there's I tell you, man. One day I'm gonna have a very candid story of Officer Faulkner's wild life. When people talk about women of value and high tier, high class women, I've dated them. I probably, hell, the average woman I've dated had at least a bachelor plus certifications. The highest had a master's and she was in the PhD. Okay, I never finished my degree. A lot of these women who are the so-called high tier women 92s, you can't fight biology in a lot of these spaces. You look at it and you're like, okay, oh shit, why do that? But you look at it in such a way, you'd be like, yo, you're not a high tier, you're not trying to be this high tier man, but you're a higher tier man than most are used to. But you look at it and you're like, what the fuck does this chick want? A lot of brothers don't know if you're gonna be the guy who's gonna be the regular dick, the boyfriend. And sometimes you do play the regular dick. I'm not gonna lie to you. Not all of us are gonna be relationship types. Hell, I was a couple of chicks regular dicks. Oh, you would never be in a relationship with me, but when she breaks up out of her relationship, somehow, some way, she will send the bat signal, in the shape of a dick to say, Charles, hey, how you doing, big head? It's like Frankie Belly's song. too many games that people play. Like, that's why I always say men have to start valuing themselves in the black community, because you don't even have you. What threat does that chick have of you? He said juice convo too juicy to stay away. Try to get to a try to get to a good spot, artisan.
What I found, Charles, is like I dated a lot of college educated women, school teachers and the like, and they just as worse, if not worse, because they're gonna want to go to roofing Chris just for the introduction. Introductory, we gonna see if we gonna be together or kick it or we got something in common. They just as worse, man. They high maintenance with low money. And
Mm-hmm.
the low maintenance chicks, they want something like a smoke a blunt, something to eat at 1 o'clock in the morning when you come to pick them up. It's all the same. Most of them don't have no hobbies. Most of them want to help you spend your money. So I mean, virtually no
Yeah,
difference. Might as well
that's
get somebody who accommodates your time and keep it as simple as possible with your pocketbook. That's all you can
mm-hmm.
basically do. That's what I do.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Trust me, I had a hey big head, how you been doing? Like, I tell you the truth, man. It's some there's some crazy shit that goes out there. Like, you'll you'll see some shit from these high tier women, and then you know what? You start peering into their life, especially if they have kids, and you be like, yo, why did you get kids by this bum ass nigga, this abusive ass motherfucker? Like, well, I was dumb, but yeah, men don't get to have their dumb periods, do we? We don't get to have our dumb periods. Shit, everything we fall for, everything we line up for, everybody's gonna tell us like, look, at the end of the day, you picked her. Like, who the fuck wants to hear that shit? Oh, you picked her ass. Really? That's
Yeah,
how we gonna
man.
go.
Well,
Yeah.
see, because they the holder of sex, you got 98% of men who just trying to hit like the next guy. A lot of guys feel like Kevin Samuels. You have no worth when you a baby mama. But I would like it to hit you this weekend, so I ain't gonna tell you all that. I'm just gonna do whatever is necessary to have a good time with you, and then I'm gonna slowly fade away. And a lot of women believe that that's an option for them still, just because a guy try to talk to them. But when really that's not an option. He really don't want you either. He just wants something to do this weekend. And so they believe that because sex is in, because you want to have sex with them and a guy talks to her real nice and all that, that's a possibility of a relationship when it's not. It's just sex. That's all it is. And then after that, they're
Mm-hmm.
gonna discard you away. So that's why a woman will feel like you should buy some McDonald's for my kids. That's why they believe, well, I got 52,000 options, and I don't want no guy who won't make over 100,000. Yeah, but a cat who making that kind of money, he don't gotta wait for you to get your kids dressed or send your kid to basketball practice or none of that. He go get somebody with none of them problems because he gotta pay anyway. When a woman is making plenty of money, that's why I like Kevin Samuel's show because he asked her straight up, do you want to work to pay significant bills? But what that means is it don't matter if she making 700,000 a year, you still gonna pay the mortgage. So what do I care how much you making? I ain't gonna get to spend it.
Continue the
You know,
conversation, folks. Hold on for a second. I want y'all to continue the conversation. I'll be right back.
All right, cool. Yeah, but that's what I said too. I always say when I see the show, I always laugh at it. I say these women come in saying they PhDs. These women come in saying they making six figures, but in the end, they say, "Yeah, I want you to make all this type of money and do all this because I want you to take care of me. I don't want to work no more." So why are you bringing to me that you make six figures and you want me to take care of you? Your money is irrelevant. Why are you sitting here telling me you got a PhD and the only thing you can do for me with that PhD is take care of my kids and teach them, certain things. Other than that, the teachers are doing it too. That's what I feel with a lot of men. You picking these women, you got to understand to a certain degree teachers only doing so much. That's what I do with my wife. Have different books. My boys at home, they're going through the books, studying, doing certain things because a teacher only can teach them so much. So if you have a woman that's not that emotional ties to them kids where they can help them kids, dude, you lost already. Just face it. You might end up having some
yeah.
dumb kids. You gotta take that in consideration. You know,
Hey, look, big
and then
bro.
like Go ahead.
As a truck driver, hey, look, as a truck driver, I talk to a lot of guys out here. A lot of these guys done had two, three wives. I look at a lot of guys that I know that have upward mobility in other fields, and I talk to them. And all of them come to the same conclusion. They all done had two, three wives. They all got to work till they die, even though they made a gang of money all their life, because they lived under the guise of I'm the man. This is what I suggest to whether you old or young. If your woman makes some money, best make her pay some bills. So if it break bad, you got a kitty and she got a kitty when she leave. Don't let your woman stack up a kitty with her PhD and then you living under the guise of being a man and you done depleted your kitty and now you got to start all over when it's all over with. Whatever my woman make, that's what she gonna have to pay. Cause you ain't finna destroy my kitty, and then I got to pay for you, and then it break bad. Now I got to start over. I'm not doing that. If your woman makes some money, if you want to choose a high powered woman, make her use that high poweredness to pay some of them bills. So therefore, if anything break bad, you got some racks in the bank, or you can make another decision for your life. And that's why I suggest to everybody. That's what I do, and that's the best way to do it. Unless you want to work yourself to death for the rest of your life, even with a big income.
But that's ultimately in this space we talk about stuff like that and dealing with the woman giving the money over to you. Just like I heard one guy say on this space, he said a woman can do a lot of things. You know, you get married, you say that's your wife, that's your vagina. She can give that vagina to somebody else. But there's one thing that she ain't gonna want to give up, you take from her, is that paycheck because she don't work so hard for that paycheck. So inconsiderably, you take that paycheck from her, that's a game changer. She gotta submit because why? You got her money. And that's why I tell guys, and the thing of it is, it's not going to your woman and say, "Hey, give me all the money." You make her submit by looking at scenarios, baby. I'm paying these bills. You bringing in this money. This money needs to be dedicated for this. This money is dedicated for that. When it come down to it, she'll understand where you're coming from and your values on how you represent for the family. Because ultimately, as a man, you express to her, I'm taking care of the bills. I'm doing what needs to be done. The money needs to go to this. The money needs to be dealt like that. I didn't even, the first time me and my wife had this come, even before the whole ministry thing, I didn't have to tell my wife, give me your money. She looked at the way the bills were going. She looked at what I was paying. She said, why don't I just give you all the money and let you pay the bills?
But you gotta ask yourself, she was your wife, excuse me, was your woman trained to be a wife?
Yep, definitely.
See,
Definitely.
that's the
I got
difference. This chick was trained to be what? A chicken head.
a gold digger. I can gold digger.
Not even a gold digger. At least a gold digger gets at least hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars. All she wanted was a chicken nugget meal for her daughter, and pussy popping would have been on.
Uh-huh.
She'd
Damn,
have
I
been
gotta
catching.
pop this.
I mean, she would have been catching more balls than Jerry Rice.
In they mind, they just making you spend some money so you can benefit them. It don't matter what it costs. It could cost $3. They just trying to make you this dude. If he's interested in me, he's gonna have to benefit me because that's how they think.
But
So
that's
it don't
that's
matter. It don't matter how you want to do it. If your woman want to give you her money or whether she gonna pay half of them bills, but if she got some money, that's make her spend it. So this way you don't deplete your income.
Because
but
number one, you gotta be complimentary. See, men and women are not equals. We're complementary. See, the woman is supposed to be complimentary. She's supposed to support her man's plan. That's why she's the second in command. Anybody who come under that house, she's subjugating that motherfucker under the rule through the authority of her husband. Okay? The reason why she can walk safely at night, like let's take Sheed and his wife. The reason why she can walk safely because you got Sheed's country ass with a rifle and a shotgun and a Bowie knife in his mouth that's willing to bring hell if anything happens to her or attempts to happen to her. Correct? So when you have these women who have, but yet she had to marry this man and also commit to this man to get that type of fucking shit. You got women who have this entitlement who think you should get it the first damn day you meet them. And that's fucked up. Go ahead. Hello?
Yeah, that's true,
nah, you
Charles. That's
good.
very true. That's very true. They want instant gratification, microwave gratification. That's why guys want instant sex. So now it's the battle of who gonna beat each other to beg. The guy trying to beat you to begging for some of that coochie, and the woman trying to beat you out some of your monetary gain, so you can help her pay something that she will, so she can save her money. And women do that in marriages too. So I mean, it's all relative. All I'm saying is a brother better make sure that he got something put up for himself just in case it all break bad. Whether it be just somebody you tricking off with or like that, or whether it be somebody you in a relationship with. Don't spend all your money up in under the guise of a relationship or being a man, because then you're gonna find yourself working yourself to death for the rest of your life. I talk to too many guys. There's too many guys out here in America, white, black, or indifferent, that's going through that because they tried to be the man, paying all the mortgage, paying for the house. Now they sleeping in their truck or they working themselves to death trying to play catch up on life because they devoted their life to a woman who was just trying to make sure she had enough nuts for the winter.
Yeah. And a lot of these chicks out here do play games. Every woman plays games. Let's even the good ones. Not saying games are a bad thing, but she's gonna have to find out, is this man a protector, provider? Yes. But at the same time, when you try to go to a first date, and this is where it kind of upsets me a lot. When you go into a first date, I don't have, and even me and my ex talked about this. She says, I agree with you. There's no entitlement to buying your kid shit. I don't even think you should buy my kid shit. So what the hell would you expect the guy to do, even if he just knows you? Like, really, get to know that motherfucker. Whatever happened in relationships? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to that, man, because I've actually encountered this in my own life, where I dated a single mother for a short stint in my early 20s, and actually had a similar situation, not exactly the same, but similar, in that a woman I was with her for almost a year. I think it was about a year. And she had an expectation that I felt didn't align with what reality is, or what reality should be, and even is, which is that I should take care of her child without any of the any of the benefits of a family. You know, because I'm involved in a situation with her, in a relationship with her, I am therefore the onus is on me to take care of her child, and it doesn't work that way. You know, a woman isn't entitled to a man's money just by virtue of them being together. It never has worked that way, and it shouldn't work that way. You know, I know a lot of women have that belief. I don't know where it stems from. I think, like I said before, when I worked this out after that relationship, by going to a therapist about it, among other things, because I had some other issues going on in my own personal life that I had to deal with, and I ended up finding out, you know, no, there wasn't anything wrong with me as far as that relationship was concerned. You know, the issue wasn't with me. And a lot of times, a woman that thinks that way has some form of disorder going on, you know, whether that be narcissism or in my case, it was narcissism and sociopathy is what I was told.
Mm.
You know,
what's going on, panel?
It's not. What's going on, Mr. Z? So in a lot of cases, you know, women who have these preconceived notions about what your role is in that relationship are actually dealing with some form of mental illness in a lot of cases.
Mm-hmm.
It isn't a fair expectation to place, man. It just isn't.
It's just not even mental illness anymore. It's just full blown fucking delusion. Like, it's the sad part about it. I want everybody to look at the screen. This is what happens when that delusion comes to fruition, okay? This is what happens. I deserve a man. I deserve everything I want. See? Boom! Right there. See that high tier man they chasing? Boom. Boom. Oh, slow it down for you. Boom. Oh.
I think it's a societal thing, Charles.
I think it's bigger than just. It's not individual women now. Now we're playing the luck game as men.
Hmm.
I really think the culture has so changed. This is what I was getting to when we were on Roger Report yesterday. The culture is so changed that it's not even just it's not a black woman thing. It's not a class thing where it's sisters in the hood that's only doing it. Every man in the Western world is gambling now.
Yeah.
Canada, Britain, America, where you're all playing the gamble game where it might be a woman, black or not, that comes from a two-parent intact family. But the culture is so ingrained women with some of these ideologies that you still might lose. You know what I'm saying? Because the
Yeah.
culture is this weird, I'm going to do good. I'm going to go get my college degree. I'm going to go find some corporate environment to sit in a cubicle and type all day. And then I want my man to also be a six-figure man, more than me, right? And then I want to, whether she's a career-oriented woman and she still wants to work, but wants you to make more and pay all the bills, or she's not a career-oriented woman. She wants the ability to make that if she wants to, but the second she gets with you, she doesn't want to work, right? So
Hmm.
either way, these are the type of things that men in the West are dealing with, right? So when feminists fight for equality, starting with second wave feminism, it's actually something that's kind of biting them in the rear end because now you're making money. And what you don't understand is those jobs are jobs that might have been jobs that men used would have done. So if you're in the
Hmm.
space a man would have been in, then how do you expect to have men above you? That
Exactly.
it's just no math. The
I've
math is all
always
type of messed up.
I've always said that, some Z. I've asked women this shit. Are you willing to give up your jobs for a man to take care of you? And then you know what I get after that? Hush fucking silence. Hush fucking
Of course,
silence.
of course.
Because
It's
they
not about
know
making sense.
because they know it's all about them benefiting. They could give a damn less. And I'm not saying that's every woman, but this modern woman, it's is a motherfucker. And just like we were telling JoJo yesterday,
Hmm.
yo, you got a good one. You keep that motherfucker
Yep.
because you come out here dating into this light, and you notice how a lot of these women are just selfish. Well,
Hmm.
that's not true. We're good women. Prove it. Prove it. Like, really, this is what we all say. Prove it. Well, that's not fair to say because y'all don't know what's like that. Y'all don't know what the hell we go through. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
For, for me, Charles, it's not even about being a good woman or not. There are criminals. There are the worst people on the planet that could still manage to have a 10, 15, 20 year long relationship or marriage with the opposite sex. For me, if you if especially when if you cannot be in a relationship with the opposite sex, if you're a heterosexual person and you can be in an intimate relationship with the opposite sex, you go from guy to guy to guy to guy, or you go from woman to woman to woman to woman. What number is it for you that it's you that's the problem, or your ideas, or your quote unquote standards? When is it you, right? That's the issue that I'm having with, I want to say, young Xers on down, right? Young Xers, millennials, and maybe some of the older Gen Z.
Well,
We've adopted. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
here's the deal, Mr. Z. I'm not in
Hmm.
belief that you know how some people say you can't control who you love. I don't agree with
Yeah.
that. Once you're in a certain
Hmm.
category, I'm putting you in a certain category. Now, if I'm just trying
Hmm.
to if I'm just being loose with my dick, that's a personal problem. But that's what I'm doing. But I'm
Hmm.
not going to allow you to be my girlfriend if I got to hear about your baby daddy to open my door. Meaning, if you're a baby mama, you can't be my woman. Now, I might kick it with you on a boring week. I've done that in the past. That's what my
Hmm.
past states. I might do that, but you can't be my girlfriend. If you selfish, you can't be my girlfriend. If you don't buy me
Hmm.
anything with your money, you can't be my girlfriend. If you think you're gonna make plenty of money and then I'm gonna spend all my money and you save yours, you're not gonna be my girlfriend. So we need a standard of brothers gonna have to stand to the standard, not just to please your dick. What you need to do is just date more. Keep that one around. If that one don't want to operate right, discard her. Like Bruce Lee say, take what's useful and discard the rest. I might date 7 women, and by the end of the week, I'm only talking to 2, because 5 of them talking stupid. If you in a certain category, don't allow yourself to get pulled in certain situations. Like Artisan was saying, he was dealing with an old girl, and she wanted him to do certain things, and she wanted to do it, what not allowing him to be the man, but just being the option or the utility. Well, that's a category. Once you in that category, you can't be my woman. Now I'm gonna start adjusting my moves to replace you. That's just how we got to do as men. We have to. You have to replace.
Hold on for a second. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna Black Dog. Thanks for the Cash App. Armand, thanks again. Gold Professor, thank you. Brandon, thank you. Alton, thank you for the support. Support your interests. Like, share, and subscribe. Donate if you can. Woo! Now get back to the conversation.
Charles, by the way, pause for the second cause. Charles, you are sounding way better, brother. You are sounding way better. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you starting to get your wind back. I can tell.
Oh yeah, it's a motherfucker. It's like,
oh god, he's gonna be talking shit again, you guys.
I was talking shit in the hospital, but I couldn't say shit.
I told you. Hey Charles, you ain't tell him I came up there and whoop your ass when you was in the hospital with COVID. I told you I was gonna get you. I told you I was gonna get you.
See, you must have been a delirious motherfucker. Because I knew there was a motherfucker that ended up in a body cast. I knew, like, damn,
what y'all didn't know is when Charles was in the hospital, we went and paid him a visit and stomped him out real quick.
Yeah, you caught me. Hey Charles, you caught me with a good right, and you stomped on my foot. But you know what I'm saying? I hit you with the COVID uppercut. You was out for the
You know what they had? They used to call me Crazy Charles, but now they call me 40 cal fault. When in doubt, 40 cal.
Come around here slipping, catch some bullets.
Hey, when in doubt, 40 cal to bring you out.
Yeah, bring it out.
Oh man, go ahead, Steve. You was gonna say something. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, but I was saying DC, what he was saying, I was over the road, you know what I'm saying, dealing with moving. And a lot of guys, man, could not keep a relationship. These women, I'm talking about these guys were bringing home 200,000, 150,000 a year over the road, and they were always getting cheated on. And this one dude, man, he had a badass Mexican chick, man. I'm talking about pretty ass girls, man. I was trying to snag one of them, man. He was not having it though. But yeah, man. When it came down to it, old lady cheated on dude like 2 times. And the 3rd time he went on and left her. And I was sitting there talking to him one day. He was like, man, this ain't the life for, me. And, if he said, I advise you, if you're going to do this, make your money, leave this road, then go get a family. And I'm like, I hear you, bro. Because when it came down to it, I had my family. I'm doing good. But, when I started really digging in, kind of being more at the house, man, I quit that job. Because I was like, I already knew what it was going to lead to, man. Like, the money, it was good as hell. I was making good money. But I'm like, in the end, I'm like, man, like, if I'm going to take this relationship serious with my wife, you know what I'm saying, do certain things. I was like, I'm not going to sit here and, have her cheat and then I'm going to already have all this money, invested all this time in this relationship, did all the things, and, she go out and do it, which I ain't had no idea that she would do it. But, there's the whole thing in the back of your mind, like Joe was looking at, what if? But, I'm not going to let the what if hold me to the point. If I'm doing everything right, that's why I put myself in a position to be in here and be around my wife. So if she cheat and I'm right here, then she was just a hoe from the start. So I can't get mad at myself. You know what I'm saying? That's what guys got to realize. Some of these girls are just hoes from the start. They'll be a chameleon, man. They can do everything. Look at dudes been married 40 years with their wives, kids done grown up, and then they got out the house. It wasn't no love involved in that, man. They was there for more support. They need you to pay them bills, put them in a financial state of mind. Once they got to that financial state of mind and you about to retire or she about to retire, that's when they hit you with that, alimony and all that, because the kid's grown. They can't get child support from you. So they got to hit you with the alimony.
Of course. I'm going to tell you what it is when you date, man. This is what it sounds like when you go out there and date the world now. You up there 30 man over the top rope battle royal, man. Shit, you trying to make it to
But
WrestleMania, man. You,
yeah,
you
I
got to
agree.
come
But
over the
see,
top rope.
here's the thing, though. See, I don't never feel like I'm wasting my time because I'm getting sexual attention and somebody to talk to, whether I'm working or whatever. And I'm still on my purpose, still stacking my money, still doing what I'm supposed to do. So if a woman break bad, I don't feel like it's wasting my time. It's just the living expenses. I still, ain't nothing changed. I'm still building up my account. I still got
Hmm.
options, and I'm still moving. That don't mean I don't care about the woman. That don't mean I ain't being necessarily faithful in certain relationships that I feel like it could possibly go somewhere. But I don't feel like I'm wasting my time because I'm still doing stuff that I need to do to secure my personal future. Just like they can consider their personal futures, even when they with you, when you lay in the bed with somebody who considering their personal PhD and all this, consider your personal future, and you won't feel like you wasted your time as much. You just move on to the
Here,
next best thing.
here's my question to all of y'all, um, and even PK if he's still on.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
still here,
ha-
man. I just been
uh,
quiet because I haven't had a chance to get in. So
okay,
Get on
so
in
let me
after
just
this one.
let me just get my question out. Is it that because Charles kind of already know where I'm going with this. She might know where I'm going with this too. Is it that the society has changed so much? Technology has helped us change so much. Social media, easy access porn. Um, we live in metropolitan cities. Is it that all of this shit has happened so fast, especially over the past like 30, 40 years, that maybe we don't need each other no anymore? Is it that we're getting to that place now? Is that a possibility?
Yes and no.
I think that's a part of it, but not entirely. So there's multiple facets to the issue. So for instance, you mentioned basically technology as a whole. I think
Hmm.
that is a factor in it. But when we talk about uh, really just the advancements that we've made to humanity over the past 100 years has changed the landscape for these types of relationship troubles to develop, in my opinion. Now it goes much deeper than that, and I could talk specifics, but I want to let other people talk too. So
No, go ahead, PK. Go ahead. Elaborate on that.
Hey,
I
hey,
gotta ask. I I gotta answer for that question. Back in the day, we used to date off proximity. You used to have to roll your
Hmm.
window down and talk to somebody. But now women
Hmm.
got 1,000 clicks at the end of their fingertips on the end of their phone. So of course they're gonna
Mm.
believe in their mind that they got more options than what they really have. And,
Hmm.
and, and it have destroyed the dating market. It made men not as capable as rolling up on a woman and shooting for her attention. And it made women overvalue themselves. So yeah, it have hurt the game a little bit.
Hmm. No, I agree with that. Look at Me Too movement and look at that street harassment movement. That definitely slowed down a whole lot of because most people before the past 20 years, I think most people were meeting through work. If you didn't meet through school, you met through work. That slowed up a whole lot. I think what we're working on, what, 2 out of 5 or something like that. Relationships are coming from online. At least marriages are coming from online situations, and that's just marriages. If you talk about dating in general, that shit's probably what, 3 out of 5,
well, you
maybe
gotta
half.
think. Social media made you less social.
Yeah.
So you gotta remember, we needed each other. Human beings always needed each other in some facet. If it was a survival, it was something. So when when you were dealing with situations, that's why you got this, excuse me, this weird shit going on, how guys are rather be stuck in video games and not deal with women on some type of level. And I'm like, well, at least I'd rather deal with my video games. And I'm like, as much
Mm.
as I love playing video games, which I'm doing right now with Madden, nigga, go out there and look at a goddamn shit. It's funny because you give these people outs and escapes that we never afforded anybody before. Look at women.
Mm.
The reason why women think they bad because some nigger and fucking bumfuck Mississippi thinks she's fine when she's considered a two in LA.
Yeah.
So it gives a lot of people this overestimation of themselves, like a lot, just like this chick with the Kevin Samuels. She's average, so that means at average and at best, she's still getting hollered at by dudes.
Hmm.
But if she went to a major metropolitan area, in the words of Keith Cheap, nah,
Nah, Chief, nah.
nah.
It
She
is
would.
no, that's true. That's true.
Well, like Kevin Samuel said, and I looked it up, and it's very true. You got very few men out here making 70, 80, $100,000 a year. If you're making
Yeah.
that kind of money, you don't have to deal with no baby mama. I don't care how many kids you got. You can get out here and go get you somebody and start over good and fresh if you a man. So why would if you had luxury to have that type of income at your disposal, why would you date her? I don't care if
You
you
know
think she
why?
ugly or fine. She already got a kid.
And
Now I'm
here,
gonna say
And you know
something,
what?
and this isn't to throw a monkey wrench in it too much, but I think that's something a lot of people don't realize. So, for instance, I happen to fall into that category, right? I'm a truck driver. I know you know because you're a truck driver as well. You know about some of the jobs that are on the higher end and how much they pay and whatnot. I fall into that bracket where I make about anywhere from 65 to 85,000 a year, right?
Hmm.
So it really depends on how much I work, and it isn't as though I have some large amount of discretionary spending that I do or can even do. A lot of people that fall into that tax bracket, generally, we still end up living paycheck to paycheck. It isn't talked about that much, but that's really the reality of this nation. Um, People don't acknowledge that, but that's the case. Now,
PK,
it is
80% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, bro. You not
I'm,
that's
hey,
that's
I'm
just an
glad you
American way.
right.
I'm glad you said that, PK, because we always talk about this six figures, but nobody never talk about the net. Like if you're making 100,000, you giving a lot of way in taxes, especially if you don't got a thousand kids
that
running
I'm
around
glad.
here.
I'm glad you said
Hmm.
that because nobody talks about the taxes. Like me and the buddy had a little tiny debate about it. I said, even if you're six figures, you don't necessarily live like it. Because
Hmm.
one, you're in that tax bracket. That's why at a certain time before they put a cap on the overtime in the police department, it was a waste of time, doing all this overtime because you're just going to give a lot of that money back that you work in taxes.
Charles, y'all get
S-
taxed at a third, right? But I think overtime get taxed at a third.
Hey
That's
man,
just
hey
crazy.
Charles,
and it's under
hey
special
Charles,
circumstances.
I drove for CTA in Chicago for 10 and a half years before I started driving this truck. And
Hmm.
even though I make more money driving this truck on per capita, even if I made the same amount, I was getting taxed so hard, like I was losing like 900 a G
Hmm.
every
Woo!
2 weeks when I got paid. Every 2 weeks when I
Yo.
got paid at a $35, $36 an hour rate. So it ain't necessarily how much you make, it's how much
How much you
you
take
kicking it,
home?
how much you take home, what type of woman you got, what's
Hmm.
your living like? Do you like to smoke a lot of weed? Do you want a new car that you finance it every year? All those things play a part in your pocketbook. And I'm gonna
Oh
keep it that
yeah,
day.
oh yeah, and you got to realize this is that this is what a lot of niggas don't put in consideration. One, you trying to live up and impress the Joneses, but you don't see the Joneses actually like pawning their shit. Two, like Kevin said, you got to be able to do that six-figure thing for a set amount of years,
Hmm.
meaning you're comfortable. So what a lot
That's
of brothers get
crazy.
hung up on is that you got to think about it. If you make $75,000 as a black man, you're in the top 13%. 100,000 or more, you're talking about the top 8 to 6.
Jeez.
These niggas like that are so rare. Women on the street don't find that.
And they think they going to white dudes to go find it. That's the thing that be killing me. Like,
White
bruh,
bitches ain't giving up their men anytime soon. Think
it's not
about it.
even that. Even if they were, do the white man want you though? Pause on what you want as a black woman. Let's say you all for the swirl. You say, "Fuck it, these I'm a heavy set dark skinned sister. These black men ain't giving me no play. I'm gonna go mess with the Brads." What's the likeliness that a Brad, a white dude that makes six figures, who was raised in this anti-black society, what's the likeliness he wants you though? Like it's not only about what you want and how hardworking you are and how you went to school and whatever education you have and how much you make. What's the likeliness he wants you? I don't know. They're not really doing the math. I see. That's one thing I like about the Manosphere. You got people like Charles. You got people like BGS, Kevin Samuels. All these brothers in this space are literally doing the math, literally giving you percentages. Like I just said, 80% of Americans left check to check. We know half of Americans make $33,000 a year or less. We know these numbers, right? And when you talk to the average black woman, they don't really know no number. They just know, hey, this is what I want, and this is how I need to go for me. And like Morgan Stanley already said, about 40% of women in general are going to be single with most of them no children in the next decade. So if it's going to be 40% of American women in general, what is that number going to look like for black women?
It's probably going to be double,
Mm,
almost double, or at least 1.5 times that. And it's crazy because, excuse me, clear that chest out. Um, when you look at it and you have these real conversations with black women, you try your best to be honest with them. And here's the nasty gram about it. A lot of them
mm,
don't want to be honest. A lot
yeah.
of them don't want to talk to you about it. You know why? Because it's going to take an adult to say, you know what? I fucked up. I should have done better. And I don't think a lot, if I look at the modern women today, I don't think a lot of them have that maturity. See, the difference between the men and the women in the black community, we'll actually we'll actually evaluate before we value. And we'll say, wait a minute. I know most women are looking for this, that, and the fourth. I got to see if I qualify to be this, that, and the fourth. So instead of trying to put up a fucking argument that they know they're not going to win, they're going to go accomplish that or get damn near close to it. But our women, because this is how they look at shit, somebody's fucking me, so obviously I still must be good. No. There's a lot of women out there who will not be wives. Sorry. I hate to give it
Mm,
to you. And it's not because you're big, you're fat, and you're ugly, because guess what? Quote unquote big, fat, ugly women, some of them are married or in relationships.
mm-hmm,
You know the difference? They're willing to compensate for their physical detriments with a good ass attitude support. They're willing to at least lose the weight and work out or try their best to. You're not even getting a try. See, I would actually be happy with some women if they actually tried. If you work in the Northern District where I work, you see the $1 million homes. You know what Becky's doing? 3 months, she's jogging with that fucking stroller.
mm, yeah.
She's gonna try. See, this is the part that they don't even understand. They're men. We don't. We ask the least out of any man on the planet, and we really are getting the least. So I'm just wondering, should we demand more to get more?
I don't think so, because that's what the women are doing. I think the culture has just changed so much that it doesn't. I, I keep on going back to this. I think it's a gamble. I think you become the best person you can be, and you leave yourself open as a man or as a woman to be with someone who worked on themselves just as hard as you did, and hopefully y'all meet each other. But right now everyone is kind of gambling. I don't think it's based off of, I think it's easier because we live in a capitalist society if you're in a higher tax bracket, right? But I think regardless, I think it's just difficult across the board. And this thing is biting up. So of course it's hitting poor people the hardest, and working class poor, then solidly middle, then upper middle, and then rich. But feminism, I agree with BGS so much when he said feminism is the biggest movement probably to hit the world in the past 2 or 3 centuries.
Yeah.
It was that serious. It changed the
Feminism,
entire. Go ahead.
feminism actually did more of a change than civil rights.
I'll agree with that. I would agree with
I
that.
tell I tell you what, I I stayed at a hotel the other night because the truck was getting fixed on. So my
Hmm.
Uber driver who took me back to pick up the truck, he was an Indian dude, and he got to ask me questions. Then we got to talking. And when you talk to Indians and Saudi Arabians and all them dudes who over here, they happy as a chester cat because they don't have them problems because of the cultural differences.
Hmm.
Hmm.
No, it's coming. It's
Yeah.
coming. Trust me. They say for now. You breaking up, brother. You breaking up. You breaking up.
You break it up.
Married before they get married, they got everybody in their whole family got to agree with it. They
Mm,
just can't marry a chick because they like her. They can't bring no
yeah.
baby mama home to his father because his father ain't gonna go for that. We had
Yeah,
that
because
conversation.
they
He was
still
like,
have a
"Man, my
sense of
father would literally
community.
kill me."
They have a
But
sense of community, and they have, like what you just said. There's a reverent respect of the parentage and their lineage. If you go to
hmm
an Arabic person in an Arabic country, you could ask a 8 year old kid their name, and they'll spit out like 12 fucking names after. Why? Because they could actually tell from generation to generation to generation to generation who their forefathers were.
mm-hmm.
Because we're in America with this feminism and this horror culture, you've robbed your children of their fucking legacy.
Mm.
That's the reason. And I'll say this on the side note, even though we're not there, but I'll say this: a goddamn woman should be ashamed of themselves if they give their child their last name.
Mm. Yeah.
See, that child earned their last name. You stole their birthright from them. Well, the father wasn't doing this in their life. Bitch, you made him a father.
Mm. Yeah.
Sorry.
But I'll say this. I think when it comes to Arabs and Indians, they don't have it yet. It's not where it is in the West yet over there. But remember, there's enough Arabs that come to the U.S. and then go back, enough South Asians that come to the U.S. and go back, that they're slowly changing that culture too. Remember, in India, they have a serious issue with young, sexually frustrated men literally raping women. Like that's not a joke shit. That's like real shit that's going on in India because they're starting to get into that, hey, I'm looking for a nigga that's on some money shit, right? So these even those cultures, they're not definitely not where we are, but they're slowly changing too. Give
I have a
give it a couple more decades.
I have a belief they're going to be worse than us because
Mm,
if they're in their culture, if they're outwardly raping people, there a lot of I hate to say it about another culture, but some cultures are fucking barbaric,
yeah,
and they're going to be worse than us. I mean, look what Arab Spring has done for a lot of Arab countries. People
yeah,
don't
yep,
forget, but people don't forget. Baghdad, they were wearing miniskirts
yeah,
while Saddam was in power. Okay, so Baghdad, the cities are pretty much more liberal than the countrysides. Excuse me.
way more than people think.
Yeah. So especially like you just made up a good point how the education or indoctrination system,
Hmm.
they send their kids here. What you think the kids are going to leave back with? Give me
Yep.
your mind and I can change your culture. Imagine if they put me like in Haiti or somewhere in the fucking Africa with my idealism.
Mm,
Think about it. Hey, we're gonna have a stronger military. We're gonna do this for PT. This is how you shoot the fucking gun properly. We're gonna invest our money into the military. If you actually think about it, if a country actually invested heavily in education and military, they become a powerhouse.
yeah. The U.S.
Think, think about it. How the fuck did England, this small little fucking island, this what is it, a fucking island?
Yeah.
Like, how the fuck did they put For 400, maybe 500 years, they put fucking everybody on Earth in check.
When they said that the sun never sets on the British Empire.
Mm. And if you took a map, and if you seen the Commonwealth,
Hmm.
it didn't. From Canada, Jamaica, where else? Fucking South Africa.
Bahamas, Jamaica, the
Mm-hmm.
U.S. at one point, Australia,
Yeah,
where else? A few countries in Africa, some
yeah.
islands in South America, I think. Yeah, yep,
Argentina.
Yeah.
Was it Argentina? I think it
No,
was.
but the Falklands, isn't that with
The
Argentina and the
Falklands.
U.S.?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yep.
So you telling me these motherfuckers, this small ass fucking country, this empire, put everybody in check? I can understand the United States. The United States is huge. But this motherfucker, it just boggles the fucking mind militaristically. But what's the two things they focused on? They
Education
had
and
the
military.
education and military. They had at one time the greatest fucking navy on earth.
Hmm. Charles, talking about it, if you really think about it, between Britain, France, Spain, Portugal, we're not even going to bring up Germany and the Netherlands and the Dutch. We're not even bringing them. We're just going to say Britain, France, Spain, and Portugal. Just those four countries. They at there was about a good century or two that those four countries pretty much dominated the entire planet.
Pretty much. Why do you think?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Hmm.
Why do you think the United States couldn't get slaves anymore? Britain said we're canceling it.
Yep.
No more slave trade. No more transatlantic slave trade. If the United States thought they were froggy, they were like, okay, no more slaves. But when they gone, I'm gonna get some more slaves because they were that fucking powerful.
Hmm. And what makes it crazy is that the British did that really to spite the French, right? To have an excuse to target French navy ships and merchant ships.
Yeah.
But it was a fucked up insidious thing that ended up actually being somewhat of a good thing. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, when you really think of these four nations ran the planet for a good 2 centuries, and
Yeah.
so this is where we are. This is we most of us on the planet, if we don't speak our native languages or whatever, speak some type of English, some type of French, some type of Spanish. And shit, if you talk about Britain, look at Portugal, right? Brazil is a product of Portugal,
Yeah.
that big ass country, right? How many people? I remember being in class in college, and people didn't even know there was a country that the term Portuguese comes from. Like that's a language, and it comes from Portugal. Like what? What's a
Wow.
Portugal? Portugal is the country that founded Brazil.
Yeah. Like I heard of Portuguese, like nigga, fucking education, like the education, man.
Yo, I was in
My father.
college, by the way. This is a college conversation.
Oh my god! You know what my father told me when I was little? He said intelligence is gonna be your fucking burden. I was like, why, Daddy? He was like, one, because most people are gonna fear something that you know and they don't, and two, they just won't understand you because we like talking like a different language, and it's true.
Yeah, it is true. It's just what where we are now, and like so going back to what we were saying before, is you look at where we are with technology, you look at where we are with our different social movements, and you can start the social movements in the mid 50s with the civil rights movement, and then move up to the LGBTQ movements and the female right movement, the women's rights movement, and now we're in 2020, 70 or so years later, 60 plus years later, and we're in this place now where all these things are coming to a head with
Exactly.
technology. And
Yeah,
now
but
we're getting to the places, what do we do with our interpersonal connections with the opposite sex?
well, one, You got to get back. I do agree with Dr. Umar Johnson when he made this statement. You got to study the female. Males have to study the female, and females have to study the
Mm-hmm.
male. We got away from actually studying a female that we stop appreciating her. Likewise, males got away from studying, excuse me, excuse me,
Mm-hmm.
females got away from studying the male that they stop
Mm-hmm.
appreciating us. They
Mm-hmm.
don't understand why we're bigger, we're stronger, we're faster, we're more logical. That's what you need for protection. That's what you need for to build a civilization. You need us. Why does the female think more emotionally? That's what you need for nurturing. That's what you need for tending the wounds. Teaching. You have to be emotional. You have to have an emotional investment to raise a child. I had to learn to do that. Okay. Where it came naturally for women. So when you don't have that appreciation for each other, you have to thank you for appreciating me. But when you don't have that appreciation once, you devalue it. And what's going on in the community, especially for black people, women started saying, I don't need no man, which was the biggest crock of shit anybody could say. Every woman needs a man. Gay,
Mm.
straight, black, white, whatever. You will not, women cannot survive. Have you ever noticed a woman who's by themselves, they're lonely, they go crazy? It's the
Hey,
man that keeps them bound and
too
grounded in
true.
reality. Huh?
I said no. That's yeah. We see it. I mean, look, we see like I was saying on Russia Report, and we see them cracking now. You
Hmm.
see them go. You see them falling apart now. And mind you, I keep on stressing this to all of us. This is only 20 years into the 21st century.
Exactly.
We're
And
we're only 1/5 in.
you would think COVID would make people grow stronger together.
Mm,
That tells you, number one, from a military strategy, we're fucked.
mm.
Because during crisis, during pandemics, people band together. People
Yeah, but what
band
about when the
together.
pride and ego gets in the way, Charles? When your
When
pride
the
and your ego gets in the way, you don't want to seem vulnerable. So your facade wall probably gets even thicker.
how could I say this?
Mm,
It is cool for women to be vulnerable.
mm, yeah.
Okay? It is okay. It is okay. It, you're supposed to, as a man, nothing makes me happier than to see a woman under my protection. Okay? Most men are like that. We're okay by that. But yet, you cannot sell us up the fucking river and say you don't need us.
Mm-hmm.
Because guess what? The other races of people will never shit on their men like that because guess what? That white feminist is going home to her husband and she's in that patriarchal sphere. It's like the nigga who go home talking shit like I run my house, but his wife got her hand out for the paycheck. Same fucking shit. Now you got all these people. Well, what's going on? Because I can't get along with my man. The reason why you don't respect him. You said you didn't need him. Now you all by yourself because that black feminist go home to our dogs and cats if she lucky. And women don't like women too much either.
Don't we all know that?
So yeah. Oh, that don't,
We
that don't
see
make
that.
sense. That's not
We see
true.
that. Uh,
I
uh,
wish it
I, I
wasn't true.
it look at okay. Look at the conversation. Okay, here we go. Look at the conversation that has stemmed from this Kevin Samuel stuff, which is working on 2 weeks old now, right?
Yep.
Now, I'm I'm following. I'm still all over the internet. I just watch random stuff on the internet about everything. it gives me a good idea what's going on in the world outside of black community, outside the US, right? What I'm seeing is that a lot of black women are so myopic and so stuck in the way they want to feel about the world that it causes them, going back to what you said earlier, the word you used earlier, to be delusional. That delusion then gets amplified when they can find one white man that will regurgitate the things they feel. And that's what you saw with Crystal and Karazin. She dragged on some white dude. He said whatever he said, and Kevin Samuels is probably a lie and whatever this stuff is, and so that gives those women in that space just enough to hold on to, so they don't feel like, no, it's not just me. I'm not just in an echo chamber. No, you are. And you're going to be more and more that way as time progresses, as more of y'all are single, as more of you don't have sex, as more of you don't have kids. You're going to try to grasp on more and more to this idea that it is the black man's fault, right? And contrary to popular belief, them white boys ain't really playing either. They're not trying to. What a lot of people don't know, them white boys ain't really fucking with them white women like that either.
They don't trust them.
They don't.
They really don't. If you actually sit down and talk to them, they don't trust them. I'll tell you that. And what I don't want black women to do is this. I don't want to get them stuck on a ship they can't sail back to. And they're making it such. Like, look, sister, you're gonna fuck yourselves over when it comes to relationships because
Hmm.
you're starting not to be socialized for them at once. Think about it. You're not even socialized to be in a relationship.
That's even worse than what BGS was saying yesterday. Because yesterday it was, so you, BGS, and to a lesser extent me, we were on one side talking about you have to change the environment, right? And so that's what everybody, and Dre, I think Dre, that's what he was trying to stress also to Roger. And and I get where Roger was coming from with the mentality. I don't He's not wrong about that, but we were really having an argument about what comes first, the chicken or the egg. Is it the culture that you change in the environment, or is it the mindset? Which one has the initial impact to get the ball rolling? Um but what a lot of black women mess up on is they don't realize that the environment has changed so much since your grandparents or your great grandparents, whatever age group or generation you look up to as having the most ideal relationship model, right? I don't know if we're going to ever go back to that era, that 1950s era that everybody seems to be trying to grab onto, because the world has changed. These corporations is eating up all the jobs. Ain't no unions like that like they used to be. Automation coming through, like we said already earlier, the internet, easy access porn, all of this shit is happening. That's changing the landscape. All you are is really a sex robot away from men and women really not talking to each other no more.
I mean, let's look at it this way. It's not even just sexual, it's just an endorphin release. Due to the fact of the matter that, one, if you change the environment, you change the culture. Why? It has to. People be like, well, that doesn't make sense. Yes, it does. If I make your, because right now the environment is what? COVID. COVID changed the fucking environment. How do you know? You wear a fucking mask, my nigga. COVID.
Even the movie theaters is filing for bankruptcy. What y'all know?
And I'm still buying stocks in that one. You know why? Because
Mm,
when people start getting secure again and they start getting these vaccines, whether they work or not, guess what they're gonna do?
clubs and movies.
hmm I just gave you a little tip, by the way. So yeah, take it. So when you look at it, COVID is making people even more longing. Like I'm glad BGS put out his morning thought. And he's right. COVID is making people more longing for each other. A simple walk without a fucking mask is a pleasure. Okay? Going to a store and just talking and hugging and touching people without fear of getting sick is a pleasure.
Yeah.
You've already been in a culture where you're digitally attached. I remember dealing with my ex, her daughter, her best friend, and another friend were on their couch, was on the couch in the love seat. And she was like, "Why aren't y'all talking?" We are talking. We're in a group text with three other girls.
Mm.
And they're side by side. And the other girls are on the phone, but it's like, yo, y'all don't want to talk. Like,
21st century way of communicating.
what's up, Jay Shine? Brooklyn, Wu Tang, motherfucker. And it's like, you get through this whole life. Like, think about it. Jay Shine even told us about his daughter, how they're getting mistreated or looked over.
Hmm.
And we all know Jay Sean don't play about his daughter. He doesn't play about raising his daughter, so you know she's raised correctly. So what is that saying to the women who got the attributes men look for? I spent a live stream trying to convince JJ not to give up his girl.
Yeah.
Why? Because his girl is something that's rare. Even though they claim all we do is beat up on black women in this sector, but when we encourage this young brother who's 22, who found a 23-year-old girl who loves anime, works, supports the house, give her she gives him the paycheck that she made, and I'm like, God damn, there's niggas who are 40 and 50 who come on these panels don't get that type of respect. Hell, from their
And never got
wives,
it.
and that's from their wives.
Hmm.
And you think now, bro, like there's a culture shock. Shit, women are gonna have to fucking compete like the Olympics in the next 5 years. Hell, the next year is going to be a telltale sign of how things are going to go. And I'm a
2021 is not going to be the savior year. I don't know. For all those people that think 2021 is going to be some great year, maybe for a couple of us, but for most of us, probably not.
I'm gonna tell you what it's going to be like.
Mm.
2021 is going to be the telltale sign of what black women need to do.
Mm.
Is either you, I like to quote Dr. John Hagee. People may not like his views, but I like that old Southern Texas preaching sometimes. Yeah, the word of God. You either listen to the word of God or it breaks you.
Mm.
I like to say the same thing when it comes to the environment, when it comes to mating and dating. You either work with it or let it break you. And a lot of people getting broken. Do I take pride in seeing sisters broken? No. No, I do not.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a different world. I'm looking. I'm just looking at everything that's going on. I'm holding on to my girlfriend for dear life, right? As long as she, we kind of don't cross the line with each other. I'm not going anywhere, right? Because I see what's out here. I know what's out here, right? And it's going back to what I usually go to. This is what a certain worldview, economic view, political views, when they start intermingling with your relationships, with your intimate relationships, this is what you get, right? What happens when capitalism and neoliberalism meets intimate relationships, right? It was all fine and dandy in the late 70s and the early 80s when this shit just started getting rolling, but now we 40 plus years in, and now people are talking about dating market, sexual market value, and all these weird ass terms that sound very, very financial and economic.
And which dating and mating is, because
Hmm.
think about it. If if I can, I'm gonna just answer this real quick before answering that.
Hmm.
I don't know because Anne Arundel County, and I work with Baltimore Police Department in Anne Arundel County. I worked with them when I was with WAC and security transporting prisoners, but I'm not familiar with the female, so I will be the worst person to give you an answer to it. But Meeting and dating is financial because number one, who you drop your seed in and who you release, that's actually what happens. You could get richer or poorer because of it. Like, think about it. Your seed can be wasted. Your seed can be wasted. And what makes it funny is that this is one of the biggest reasons we have poverty in the Black community. And the reason why is because, a lot of women, unfortunately, have their seed and then they throw it out like a goddamn Nolan Ryan baseball. And you wonder why you're poor, and then you keep doing the same shit. I'm gonna have a baby by this guy. Okay, most people will give you one. Like Family Guy said, Spider-Man, everybody gets one. But then you have 2 or 3 more or 4 more kids, and you're further down the poverty chain. And then you want to blame the men, but you don't want to take accountability for your part in it.
Well, what happens when the society doesn't make you do that, and when there's other men that will allow you to throw men under the bus because they were raised that that's the right thing to do. That it's never you never blame the woman, right? Don't remember Roger had that show where are women children. Well, I think those men that act like that is what they see women as children. So you never actually say she's responsible or she's accountable. If a man was anywhere near her when something went down, then he's responsible and he's accountable.
But you saw what I did on that show with the 3 ladies, right? I treated them all as grown ass adults.
Yeah.
And guess what? They all had to eat an L. And I wasn't looking for them to be losing or winning or trying to debate them. I wanted to have dialogue and a conversation. So they had to eat them L's because they exposed themselves for the lack of femininity that they all had. You had the passive aggressive, you had the youthful aggressive, and then you had the aggravated aggressive. And they were all handled up. That must have been a damn good drink because I heard the ice come out of that motherfucker. And it was like you handled them all accordingly because I'm not gonna get all emotional. That's your realm. You're gonna win. I'm gonna go keep it logical. And notice every time it got logical, they had to go.
Well, you saw that with the Kevin Samuels video where he was on Clubhouse and he was talking to those sisters, and you saw the way the supposed news anchor lady was talking to him, right? Because she got in her feels. And that's a pretty sister. That is a pretty Black woman acting like that, which means that he doesn't even know her and he's describing her life. You're in your mid 30s or late 30s, probably, maybe even your early 40s. You're single, probably. You have probably a lots of access to sex, but you're not in a relationship. You're not married. I'll put money on it.
Because you got to think about it. You got to think about it. She's pretty girl issues is a motherfucker because the pretty girl goes crazy because she's always looked at as a sex symbol and not a person first. And think about it. Here's the secret for a lot of brothers if they're ready for this game. When you see a pretty girl anywhere, mall, club, whatever, goddamn food market, walk up to her and talk to her like she's a 5.
Like she's a human being.
Like she's a goddamn human being. Like she's average. And she'll love it. What's up, Jay Sean? What's up, Aqua Dragon? Go ahead, Jay Sean. I know you wanted to get at.
Oh, no, I was just saying that she's getting good sex. Go ahead, keep talking. I want to make sure you didn't leave that qualifier out there. She's getting good sex because if I got my hands on her ass.
She was cute. She was a cutie. She's cute. But
I'm about to go on the floor middle of the run right now to get my stamina up, nigga. You know what I mean? I'm about to go on the floor middle of the jog right now just to get my stamina up, to give her the punishment. Give me one night with her, she gonna get that work.
Yeah. Take it back to
oh yeah.
Take it back to New York and back.
She's getting good. Like nigga ain't just hitting that for 5 minutes and pulling his pants to go play Dreamcast, nigga. No. You know what I mean? No, that's all nighter.
Yeah, bro. I can see Jay Sean fucking her with a pair of Timbs on and shit.
That is very New York.
I be in that
That's
motherfucker like Ving
very New
Rhames.
York.
I be in that motherfucker like Ving Rhames and baby boy hopping around the kitchen, nigga.
Hey, me and my boys call that the Melvin. We call that the
Yeah,
Melvin, bro.
yeah. Nigga, I be cooking her eggs and sausage in the morning, butt naked, ready to go at it again.
You want some eggs?
Yeah, I'm not no simp. I'm not simp. I'm gonna get her energy up, nigga. This is strategy.
Sometimes you fuck them into some. See, when
Yeah.
you can fuck them into submission. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Like, when she looks back at you when you put it in, she's like, "Oh my god!" Oh, like,
Yeah. Nah, sure. Let's see, he's right, man. Hey, look, man, narcissists, man, be fine as hell, man. But it's not about, it's like that old song by Chia Lee, you know what I mean? Look, girls look so good, but their brain's not ready. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
The sex part is fine, but when it comes to relationships, it's all about how she thinks. And that's what I'm saying. Like we did a live stream on Arch channel about a year ago. It was what's that brother's name? The comedian, Joe Torre. And
Okay,
it was Joe Torre, Art, myself, Obsidian, Xavier, and I think Gab. And he went around the table and asked everybody how we feel about, feminism and the I don't need a man mentality. And my response was that it's liberating. You telling me that I could sit down and talk to a sister for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, maybe 30 minutes and find out exactly how she thinks because they've been so bold with how they talk. That's beautiful. That's liberating for me. For me, because first of all, I'm not a 10 dick nigga. So, that's liberating. So now I got a decision to make. Does she look like that girl that was on the Clubhouse video? Okay, cool. I might still be attracted. All right, we're going to have an episode and I'm going to go about my business. But at least I know now I can't rock with her because of how she thinks. You know what I mean? So that's good to know. A lot of dudes don't really find out how, they women are until they got done dirty by them. You know what I mean?
Jay Sean, are you saying they took away decorum? They no longer have the what's the word I'm looking? It's not only decorum. They took away the
they took away
not class.
they took away their elegance.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's a perfect word for it. The elegance, the decorum, the class to kind of hold that back. But then, like you said, it would suck too because if y'all in a relationship, then she'll just bring it out on you when y'all in a relationship.
Think about this. I want you, Aqua, and Jay Sean to think about this. Back in the day, money used to have a certain decorum with it.
Yeah.
Now you have these chicks making money. They on TV like this chick, and guess what? These chicks here are just as ghetto, just as angry, just as frustrated as ever.
Yeah.
You
That's
want to know why? It's because they're not in their natural state. Because they thinking that they got to do the same thing what a man can do to be happy. So that's why they say, "Well, I got all these degrees, I got all this money," thinking that that's what we want. In actuality, that's not what we want. So they think if they get all that, you know what I'm saying, it makes them happy. It makes them this big boss chick. The whole time they miserable. Why? Because they're not in their natural feminine state. Why? Because they don't have a man that's there to protect them, to give his masculinity, to complement her femininity. So that's why they're still miserable. If you notice, feminine women who are submissive and under a man's leadership are more happy than these independent, I don't need a man type chicks because they're in their natural state.
Yeah, a lot more secure. I got to slightly disagree with you, Aqua. Well, what you're saying is on point, but the natural state part is what I got to disagree with.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna go somewhere. I'm gonna go somewhere really different with this because I don't think a lot of people see it the way I do. But what you're saying, I get. As far as human constructs go, you're right. Women right now are in a primal state. They're in a primal era. They are in a natural feminine state, but they're in a state of femininity that has no checks, no balances. You understand me? They're in an undisciplined environment. All right. Okay. So put it like this: when men are in a primal state and there's no discipline to it, we rape and pillage. You know what I'm saying? We roll down the hills, we slaughter, we maim, we fight all the goddamn time. That's when men are. We still in the masculine state. We just primal about it, and there's no decorum, there's no class, there's no civility. So what you're seeing right now is you're in an automated era of automation where, a lot of work is done by machines, and you have a credit system, credit money system. So now, the female can have money and wealth in a society where she doesn't have to till the soil, build anything. You know what I mean? So she can just run rampant. You know what I mean? And so if we don't create a new environment based on technology in the modern era that we live in, her femininity is going to run wild. So that's why I'm saying I disagree with you on the female state. Primal femininity is acting out accordingly. Primal femininity is when women do what they want to do. It's that sex and
That's
city.
true. That's true. I agree. I agree with that part. Yeah.
They could do buy the shoes that they want.
I disagree with that entirely.
Hold on, let me finish. They get to buy the shoes that they want. They get to fuck who they want with no consequences. Now they got the abortion thing. You know what I mean? So you're looking at primal femininity. All right, you're looking at it in this natural state. The thing is, if you take a child, right, just forget sex altogether. If you take a child, you don't raise that child correctly. You don't put a rod to his ass when you need to, right? Like the book says, you spoil the rod, you spoil the child, right? If you don't raise a human being correctly, human beings are animals. They're gonna just do what the fuck they want to do. Look at the rich people. When you got a white boy acting crazy out there, killing people, they came up with something called influenza.
Affluenza, yeah.
Affluenza, excuse me. Thank you. Yep. So you're looking at a human being that's in this primal state, just doing what the fuck they want to do. That's what
driving.
They just have no order. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. I see what you're saying. They just have no order to keep them in check. Got you.
So you're looking at women in their feminine state. They just stayed out of order.
Got you. Okay.
That's what you're looking at. So if we don't create the new environment, what Z was saying earlier about the environment, the mindset, these are certain things that we're going to have to do as black men if we want to get anything under control, because it's not just black women. They might be the worst actors as far as, what we see on YouTube, or we see on Wall Star Hip Hop and all that.
White girls and them Asian girls and them Latinas are on it too.
They're wilding out too, because I ran through a lot of them.
Yeah.
All right. And this Asian girl on my job right now, monkey branching like a motherfucker. And she has no remorse. She has no remorse for what she did to her husband. She don't care about how she humiliated her husband at the office.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? There's a white chick I got on audio who's kicking it to me on audio. I got it on. I recorded this conversation because she was my leak. She was all right. I'm over in Germany, so I had an issue with the Germans, and I had to go get legal support. So I went to the legal aid office. I wasn't even coming to see her, but as soon as I walked in there, she was like, "Oh, I'll help you." And then we get into this 2-hour conversation, and she's on the phone talking to the Germans. So at some point, I started recording it because she's talking another language that I don't understand, and she's representing me, right? So I started recording the conversation. I got a conversation with me back and forth. And the whole time we had this conversation, she's flirting. She gives me her number. I got an email right here in front of me, a personal one. You understand? Right here in front of me right now. All right. Now, here's the thing I want you to understand. At the end of the conversation, that's when I found out she was married. And not only is she married, brother, her husband was working right upstairs.
Wow.
You understand me? This is a white woman. See? Now, she's very polite. She's not moving her neck. She's not loud about it, but she's doing the same fuckery. Because you know why? She's in her primal state, and there's no remorse. If worst case scenario, they get divorced, guess what? She take half his shit. She move the fuck on. That's the environment she's in.
Wow.
That's the environment. Real quick.
Oh, go ahead. Now I'm going to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Listen, so... I get where you're coming from and where you roll the keep up.
Yeah.
I don't know where you got that from.
But I can't hardly hear you. Speak up, brother.
PK, you breaking up bad, bro.
Yeah, speak up. I want to hear what you got to say. Nah, you breaking up. PK.
Actually, you got worse.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a bad connection. I want to hear what you got to say.
Yeah, me too. I want to
hear this bill. Yeah, I want to hear what he got to say because he might be seeing something I'm not seeing. You know?
Yeah, but you actually bought, and I think probably it's the same thing for Aqua. You actually gave us a different way of seeing it. That this is unleashed women. This is women unleashed, right?
Yeah,
I guess that's another way to say it.
It's not being feminine. I look at it as unchecked femininity. Just like if you had unchecked masculinity. Like when you look at you look at certain people like say you got bad cops. Charles Faulkner is a good cop, right? You got bad police officers out there. When they get it, the reason why they can continue to be bad is because they can see they can get away with it, right?
Exactly.
If they couldn't get away with it, it was a hardcore, no, they had no union, you know what I mean, no protection. they were like, fuck it, I'm gonna let motherfuckers kill themselves. I'm not stepping in that because I might lose my job. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I'm just giving you an example of it. Same thing with corporatism. You know what I mean? If they can get away with certain things, if I'm BP oil, if I'm Exxon, I don't care about your little $50 million fine. All
Yeah,
right.
oil spill all over the place.
Exactly. I don't give a fuck.
2010.
I'm not upgrading shit. Upgrading gonna
Yeah.
cost me billions of dollars. So if a spill happens
Mhm.
here and there, oh well. Fucking, we got our cousins in the government only going to fucking fine us $20 million.
Jay Sean, you remember the was it GM that needed to replace some little module or something for like 60 something cents, and they
Yeah.
rather the cars crash and get totaled and
Yeah.
people died than them replace that little 60 something cent part.
Right. Yeah.
Jeez, yeah, you're right. When
It's all
you
about
know,
business. I mean, if they can offset the cost, like, all right, so going back to to the oil spill thing, if this
Mhm.
shit only gonna cost me a $20 million fine, but we making 50 billion every quarter.
Mhm.
Who
You know what I mean?
cares?
What the fuck is what's $20 million? What's $20 million?
You,
And
you got
that's a one-time fine that has to go through this long-ass arbitration and process and
Mhm.
investigation. So that'll take like 3 or 4 years for the investigation's over, and then you finally pay the fine.
and
You know what
then
I mean?
and then on top of that, let's tell the truth about shit like that. They
Yeah.
may not even pay that fine in total because they may just pay a partial fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
That's
and,
how
and
debts
it,
work. Yeah. That's how debts work. Yeah.
and then let's talk about how this feral or unchecked masculinity and femininity is. See,
Mm.
there's a reason why you hear me talk about the Jezebel spirit. Okay?
Jezebel.
The Jezebel. Take it old school to my great grandmother. Goddamn Jezebels. And when you talk about this Jezebel spirit, you got to think about it. Jezebel was a survivor till she fell out of a window.
Mm.
Remember that? Told motherfuckers got sick of her ass and threw out that damn window in the nose.
I'll be back.
Am I lying?
Yeah.
Shit, that's how they dealt with Jezebel. But guess what? Who was the ultimate manipulator and survivor was the Jezebel.
Yeah.
And this is what I also said. Like, some people may have their issues with Umar Johnson, but hey, I gotta talk. Number one, that woman is supposed to be the survivor. She's supposed to be that woman is not going to make the sacrifices men make. She's not. Not saying she doesn't make any, but she's going to do things that that may not see that may be controversial. Is a woman above talking to another man to get her light bill paid?
No, definitely not.
Will she break up with you? Will she break up with you to get that light bill paid? Yes, because she's surviving. In her mind, she's surviving.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you got your bare minimums met, you know what I mean? You got water, you got shelter, you know what I mean? You got food. You know what I mean? That's why a lot of motherfuckers will settle. They'll get pregnant young and get on Section 8. Why? So they can get their own place. You know what I mean? So look, my thing is, I'm not about rewarding nobody. All right, my mindset is simple. The fucking secret to the world is people are going to do what they can get away with. Period. All right, that's just how I roll. That's how I think. That's how when I look at people. That's how I trust people to be people. I'm a very trusting nigga. I trust people to be people. All right, and people are going to do what they can get away with. Period. And that's what I'm saying. The people who are really got character and or about something, whether they're men or female, especially females, they stand out to me. All right, they stand out the most. You can see who they are in this environment that I'm in right now. That's what I'm saying. Like, you look at Saudi Arabia right now, or some of these Muslim countries, the women don't act a certain way because they're in a different environment. They can't get away with certain things. Period. But if you go to Iran right now, there's a secret society in Iran, underground, not secret, underground society, where the young people get together and they party, and the women come in, they dress in jeans and tight jeans, you know what I mean, hugging their camel toe, and they doing little raunchy dances. This is happening, but this is happening underground. You know what I mean? This is happening in a place like Iran where they don't play that shit. So it's kind of like a taboo thing and a bad girl and a bad boy thing. And you got the guys running around, they smoking and hanging out with the hot chicks. And they doing this underground because they can't do it out in public. They do it out in public, they get arrested, they get in trouble. They lose their livelihood. There's going to be response. There's going to be, you're gonna deal with harsh penalties for certain behaviors in certain environments. That's just the way it is. So
So
you got to
once the
create.
society changes, it's a wrap, Jay Sean. If
Well,
once they
there's a
start putting McDonald's in Starbucks in Iran, it's a wrap.
well, yeah. Just look at the same countries I was just naming. Look at the fast food. It's making their people fat right now. But just to go to another environment, right? Like in Germany where I'm at, they made a decision a long time ago that there was going to be some women who going to want different things. Women are going to want to be family. There's women who are going to want to be wives. There's going to be women who want to be hoes. Those are the two ends of the spectrum. All right. So over here, you know, you can choose. Like they give you free healthcare, free education. Women go to school, whatever the case might be. So they don't have to worry about certain things. But now when it comes to mating and building a family, they have some choices to make. And if you're gonna be a hoe or fast or whatever the case might be, prostitution is legal over here. You know what I mean? You can do that. You can go make your money. You don't have to, backdoor hoe like they do in America, where you got motherfuckers
Mm,
marrying athletes and 3, 4, 5 years they divorce them and get money. You see what I'm saying? That's backdoor hoeing.
yeah,
You ain't got to do
yeah.
that over here. You know what I mean? They don't even allow that, and they don't have the laws set up where you can kind of do that neither. You can fight back over here. You know what I mean? As men. But putting that aside, just look at the young women over here. 16 years old, you're allowed to drink and smoke over here, and
Yeah.
like religion, they put all their girls on birth control over here. All right, so they don't go fuck with it. They're like, you know what? We're never gonna have a society where
There's a
you
bunch
know
of baby mamas.
exactly. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
They're not having that shit because they know the men are not gonna tolerate it.
Yeah.
All right, so they do. They just go with the flow. If this is what women want to do with their freedoms, right? This is the modern era. We're going to give them all the tools they need to make the best decisions, or at least keep themselves out of bad situations. You know what I mean? That's
And I
going to
think they're more
affect us.
honest.
Right.
What happens here? Here's a question. What? Damn, Charles dropped off, but I guess he could hear it when he come back. He'll answer it too. What happens when your economy is like the U.S. economy, where you could where you could financially benefit off of positives, but you can also financially benefit off of negatives? This is kind of what you're seeing right now with that. With when you hear the economists keep on talking about the K-shaped recovery, right? Where
Mhm.
most of us are going down, but there are a good 20% or so of people that are going up during the recession. But
Yeah.
those are the people primarily that's invested in the stock market. So the system's like, oh fuck all the rest of y'all that's going down. What happens when you have that type of society where you're only catering to a particular demographic, so it doesn't really matter what
Yeah.
happens to the other?
It's
I
unstable.
don't know. Yeah,
Becomes
yeah.
unstable. You have the technology and and like you lacks the Constitution. Like for instance, when you have a police state like we have in America right now,
Hmm.
it's not the crazy thing about it is not the average policeman's fault. This is a
Yeah.
nationwide thing because the more the haves and the have-nots, the haves are saying, "Look, man, we're protected by the police, even though we pay a less percentage in taxes. We pay quote
Hmm.
unquote more in taxes. So when we pick the phone up, those cops are going to show up to our house quicker. They're going to show up to
Hmm.
yours. And they're going to protect our banks. They're going to protect our properties.
And they won't harass us; they'll harass you.
They won't. Exactly. I can smoke and get high as I want. I can do what I want, and they're not going to even. They're not going to search me. They're not going to stop and frisk me at Wall Street. You see what I'm saying? So this is what the society that they're creating. And they have a police force now, a police state now that they're ushering in, and this is the powers that be. That's doing this. All right. So and then now we get locked in with these fights with the police officers. You know what I mean? Where it's like they're just what I mean. They're actually doing what they're being not coerced, what they're being guided into doing, if you will. All right, that's what the money, the political cover. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? That's why you have the
You
political
speaking to
cover.
the too big to fails.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
speaking to the fact that it's a double. So it's a larger conversation we have, and yeah,
Yeah,
it's couched really with the relationship shit, but
and what
it's
makes it
the
complicated
two
is that
different rules. Yeah, it's
and what
two
makes it
different
complicated.
rules.
And what makes it
Hmm.
complicated is that the average person still needs the police. Like, so if
Yeah.
I got something
Yep.
happening in my house or somebody robs my house, I still need to call Charles. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So this is the conundrum that they created.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So so when some people hear defund the police or get rid of the police force, they thinking fucking anarchy. They
Take all the
think
money away. Yeah.
yeah, you know what I
They're
mean? I'm
not
talking about
thinking,
the average,
no,
yeah,
just remodel the society where you
right.
don't need, where there's not that many criminals, because we provided a nice enough safety net where these people aren't doing the things where you would need to call charge because you didn't get robbed in the first place. But when they hear defund the police, they just think about taking the money away from the police. They don't hear no reorganizing
They're not
society.
safe no
That
more,
way
right?
you won't need the police in that way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
man.
it's all structural, man. And and we gotta get smarter and brighter how we deal with certain things. Yeah, if a police officer does something out of line, he should be held accountable. But at the end of the day, we still gotta look at the overall situation. That's the way I look at women. You know what I mean? I look at the society as a whole. Like, all right, I see what's going on, because you can't have these individual people who are doing the same thing or giving you the same type of behaviors over and over again. You can't do that without stepping back and say, all right, what the fuck is going on with the environment? What's what I mean? What's allowing this? Because it's about what's being allowed. So if black men are not stepping in the courtroom, if we allowing certain people, in our lives in the first place, or getting certain people pregnant in the first place, you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things we gotta look at too, as far as what we do is get involved in these situations to stifle it. I mean, but at the end of the day, it's the environment. I'm out in the world. I'm looking at how different groups of people operate and how
Jason,
they.
you know what I realized too? Pause for the cause. We don't hate black women over here. Charles, me, you, I see the way we sound
Yeah,
compared to other brothers, because you had an experience with that white woman in Germany that lets you know, even if you already knew, but it just reinforced to you that, oh,
yeah.
this ain't just a black woman thing, right? I've had experiences with Latinas down here in South Florida where I know, oh shit, this ain't just a black woman thing, right? Charles is in Baltimore, he's around different groups of people where he know, oh, this ain't just a black woman thing. A lot of brothers think like the holy grail is like getting away from black women, and I'm like, nah, nigga, this is way bigger than this is not even just an American thing. This is way
Let's
bigger than what you
let's
think.
let's
Yeah.
tell the
Hmm.
truth.
Hmm.
You're in more danger dealing
Hmm.
with foreign women than your own.
That's
Hmm.
true.
And it's funny because when I bring up the Jezebel spirit, what was Jezebel? A foreign woman who made the king worship foreign gods. She committed acts
Uh-oh.
of treason and murder,
Uh-oh.
okay,
Hmm.
till she met her unsightly death and, you know, out of a window. And when they buried her, what did he say? You're going to be eaten by dogs. A lot of her body was eaten by dogs in her burial site. So when you look at, I mean, think about it. You could look at it in Google and say, this is the prototype and the archetype of the wicked woman. See, back in the day, when your grandmother called you a Jezebel, that shit carried weight.
Mm. Jezebel. I gotta say it again.
A
Home
Jezebel.
wrecker, home wrecker,
A
hussy,
home wrecker.
hussy.
Hussy. Jason did not just say hussy, nigga.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what that was saying.
yo,
It's hussy.
heifer.
That even
Yeah,
sound evil about when you say it.
it sounds
Jezebel.
old.
Jezebel.
Yeah.
You gotta say it
I
in that
called
voice.
It's about the way it sounds.
I called a woman a goddamn Jezebel one time, man. She wanted to cry. She wanted to fight me. Then she started, I can't believe you called me a Jezebel. You goddamn right, you wicked ass woman.
That should sound biblical to her.
And I can't believe it's not butter. That's what you should have said to her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I want to say this though. I want to say this though.
but I did. Well, she said it was cold. Now that's cold. Yeah, not as cold as that Bud Light I'm gonna have later. Shit, I told her that.
God damn. Charles hurting feelings.
Like I'm
God
telling you,
damn.
that Jezebel, I can't stand that Jezebel spirit. If you haven't noticed, because that's not a woman who's not even like he said, like she's feral, she's raw, unchecked, uncouth.
Hmm.
You're
Yeah.
calculatingly wicked.
God
know,
damn.
Yeah.
you
Cold
are
and calculating.
you are calculatingly wicked.
Has anybody
Yeah.
ever seen this movie? It's called Cry Wolf, and it takes place in like this kind of private school somewhere in the Northeast. It looked like, and the young lady, she's sleeping with the teacher, but another young lady is sleeping with the teacher too. So some young white dude starts the school. He gets enrolled in there, and he starts the school like a day or two after one white girl kills the other white girl, and she tries to frame the teacher for it. The young boy
Mm,
starts the school. He and he starts hearing about the stories and the cases going on, and so everybody thinks the teacher is the one that kills the other girl, which is not the case. It was that the initial chick who killed her because she was jealous that the teacher was piping. Anyway, long story short, the main character girl gets the boy to kill the teacher, and when he finally realizes how this shit unfolded, she looks at him and says, "Nobody's gonna believe you anyway." And they're standing in the middle of the police station. So he gets off away with murder because everybody realized he killed the teacher who was sleeping with one of the girls. But he's the only one that knows the truth. And so when you're talking about just that cold, calculating, like maniacal way of moving and getting people to do your dirty work for you, that is very. I think that's one of the men's biggest fears is being married to or in a relationship with a woman like that, right? That could convince you to do the worst of the worst, right? And yeah, that's a Jezebel. If you want to talk about who's a Jezebel, somebody like that who's plotting from 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years how to move and how to calculate. Shit. You know what? Kamala Harris. I'm done.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on what Charles was saying a minute ago. You know, I learned a lot from talking to older men that I work with. I implore brothers, man, talk to older men, white, black, no matter. Just if you work around older men, you know, like I've been in the military, I've been a contractor, I've been in government. You know, I talk to people at my job. We sit down, we just break bread, go to lunch, talk. You know, and these guys have been through divorces, they've been through a lot of shit. So I learn a lot from what other men do. I don't need to touch the stove to know it's hot. I've always been that smart. You know what I mean? So my thing is, you know, a lot what he was saying earlier about dealing with our women a little easier. Keisha, I know Keisha. I can see her coming from. I can hear Keisha from around the corner. I can see her from around the way. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna say it like this. This is the fucked up thing about being a black man. See, being a black man, you could be abused and disrespected all your life by black women, right? And you feel some type of way. And then soon as Mei Ling just smiles at you, nigga, you feel like you in heaven. So you won't see where she's coming from. You know what I mean? You don't see the game that she's running on. How you know how I know? Because I have black men who had children and wives that were black, got with an Asian chick, and now he's separated and she got half his retirement. You see what I'm saying? And she right now, and his old ass Asian wife is at a bingo game right now with a fucking green visor on with gold rings and gold earrings, and she ain't worked the day. And I'm like, you see what I'm saying? So just because she wasn't as disrespectful as Keisha, she used some lube. She used lube when she bent him over. Versus
oh shit!
You know what I mean?
Damn, that's a good metaphor.
Yeah. So it's to me, it's all about the game. Now, to me, I want to say thank you to sisters for giving me pure, unadulterated, you know, primal femininity. Thank you. You prepared me for the world. So now I'm a protectionist. I'm like that white boy that's back down somewhere in Alabama. A black boy can show up in a milk outfit with a milk cart, with a milk crate in his hand, and I'm still gonna put a snub nose to his face. What are you doing right here, boy? You understand me? Oh, you gonna deliver some milk for who? Who you work for? It could be right on his shirt. You know, and then I'm gonna let the milk. I'm gonna let that black boy deliver the milk, and then I'm still gonna be like, all right, so why are you still here? You know what I mean? I'm a protectionist, like a racist, rabid racist motherfucker. That's how I am about my wealth, about my health. Yeah, see, that's how you're gonna have to be. You're gonna have to be a protectionist about your seed, about your wealth and everything else that you built throughout your life.
This is how I am with women like that. See, I'm gonna just slide past your bullshit and Kamehameha, point blank range. See, a lot of people don't understand. I love this shit. I love talking to people because then my logic is gonna fucking lay your ass the fuck out. I mean, just go down with that shit. Parallel, motherfucker. See, what I love about, like, I like what Jay Sean said. What I appreciate about that raw femininity is that if you can deal with that, you can deal with anything. Like, what is she gonna really do? Is she gonna take me out in the middle of the street, put me in a headlock, and whoop my ass in front of everybody? No.
Hell no.
But you really gonna have to look at it smoke. You know the reason why I could take a woman yelling at me?
Wow.
Because I could whisper in her ear, "Go get the gloves."
Damn.
That's old school shit right there. Yeah.
Because like I had to do that to one of my exes. She like, "What you mean?" I said, "You talking to me like you a grown ass man too."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was like, "You were in the gym with me lifting 400. You saw me lift 405 for reps. You saw me actually in the gym
You did
wrestling
you
with
doing
her."
4 or 5, nigga?
Well,
I ain't fighting.
I told y'all if y'all
I'm
fight,
not fighting Charles. I'm getting the gap.
no, if you fight Charles, you gotta
Let
bring
him
a
barely
Hummer
do
with
2
you,
or
bro.
25.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to shoot.
God damn, he doing 4 plates.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to shoot.
Well, if you look at my archives, you can see me in full uniform doing 315 and 405 for reps.
I mean, I
No,
did the most I
yeah.
ever lifted was 306, 307.
The
Yeah,
most,
I'm gonna have to gun buck you.
the most I ever lifted was
I'm telling you.
485.
Yeah.
I'm hitting Charles with an excursion. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about.
God damn.
with an Escalade or something, with a Hummer. Goddamn, Hummer H1 on his
You
ass.
know, that is so fucked up because it reminded me of the academy or no shit. Because they said one of the instructors was like, okay, what if a guy like Faulkner, what if Faulkner was the suspect and you had to arrest him? They like everybody in the class was like, no, we shooting that nigga.
Bro.
I'm gonna tell you what. I'm not no punk, Charles. But I'm gonna shoot you in your leg and beat your partner's ass. That's what I'm having.
Yo. Oh, I didn't do that.
And it's funny because when I did 485, I had 3 people on the bar, you know, just in case. They were like, like, you motherfuckers were touching it. Like, they were like, no, we were not. And like the point I was making is like my ex, and she wanted to get all buck wild and shit. So she never saw me really. You know how Jay Sean when the chick was like, "I allow you to speak," and the straight Brooklyn came out of his ass.
Mm-hmm.
The straight Baltimorean came out of mine when she start talking to me all greasy. Said, "Bitch, who the fuck do you think you talking to?"
And I was trying to help. Think about it, Charles. I was trying to help. I was like, "Hey, Charles, look." And this stupid motherfucker still ain't get it. You know what I mean? So,
are we talking about the same time when the lady just was barking?
Yeah. It was the same. That's
talking about what she going. You know what set me off was when I'm gonna let you talk. Hold the time out. Let who what?
Yeah, that's idea. Yeah.
What? Oh.
That's what. He was like, "Yo, hang up on her. Hang up."
That was shit like that bothers me.
And then it was funny because Jay Sean, I don't think you saw it, but check the one when I had the 3 females in it. The lack of respect for male spaces and leadership.
That was last week Thursday, if I'm not mistaken.
Last Thursday? Okay.
Yeah. Last week Thursday.
And I talked to 3 females. I didn't have to yell. I barely cussed, but I debunked their shit. And then guess who was the last one? That same bitch. And I said, do you want to have a dialogue, or I'm going to go get some niggas from Park Heights? Click, hang up. And I said, yeah.
See, Charles get off on this shit, man. I don't got tolerance, man.
I didn't even. The funniest part about it is, Deshaun, I didn't even give her that much to speak. I said, look, I'm gonna tell you some real shit, real good. I said, and Terrell, he used to be a lieutenant there. If you see T Hall on there, he used to be a lieutenant for the department. He used to work in my district. He said when Charles worked overtime and we had niggas on the corner, he said it could be 20 deep. We send Charles by himself. That corner's clear in 3 minutes. He's like, you like I said, first of all, I'm one of those motherfuckers that I could be the nicest, jokingest, greatest motherfucker, will give you the shirt off your back. Jovial than a motherfucker. Okay?
Yeah.
Well, I am fucking elated. Some days I wake up. I make Winnie the Pooh look like he's depressed. I'm so jovial.
Damn.
But I am a true Aries to the if you want war, I will put on that fucking Spartan helmet with that equa from the fucking Zulus, with a fucking battle axe in my other hand and a Glock on my side, and I'm gonna give you fucking war. After I fucking murder the motherfuckers, I'm coming for you.
But you know what though, Charles? But sometimes it depends on what type of man that they're interacting with. So a dude like you, they'll think twice is because you're a real big strong dude. A dude like me, I'm probably one third your size. They'll be a little bit more bold with me just because I'm smaller than you.
I'm not that
Hmm.
big, but goddamn. But thanks to COVID, I probably lost 15, 20 pounds. But it's
Yeah,
like, it's
yeah. Go
like
ahead.
this when you think about shit. It's like I'm a peaceful guy by nature. I love the joke. I love as y'all can hear, I love to do stupid shit.
Yeah.
But when you cross me, like I'm like Jay Sean. I like to be the intellectual smooth nigga. That's why you see me a lot of times. You'll see me in my pictures and suits and shit. Like to be that James Bond type nigga.
Mhm.
Don't threaten. What they used to say in the military: don't sell death to a death dealer. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't
Damn.
do that. Don't do that because very few times in my life I will get out of pocket and just to put you back in yours. My ex, she tried to do that shit because she thought I was talking about her at roll call, and I said, "Yo, you know me, right? Yeah. When I have when am I scared to mention you or any of your friends by name when they do fucked up shit? Never.
Mm.
I said, but that was so fucked up. I said, go get the gloves. You still do it. And we were on the phone. I said, do me a favor, motherfucker. I said, y'all bring y'all bitch asses to the gym. I'm gonna hit you with fucking 15% of my power. And
God
I'm gonna
damn.
and I'm gonna see who goes to the hospital and who doesn't. Because if you calling me a fucking liar, you better be able to defend your fucking word like a man. No, 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 chill, chill, chill. We can still be cool and friends about it. I said,
Hmm.
nah, motherfucker. Touche, pussycat. Mm-mm, mm.
He
See,
talks.
and it's not.
He loves this shit.
It's like I try to. I like when BGS did my chart. I have a Aries sun and a fucking Cancer moon. So I care about motherfuckers. He says, no wonder you like Superman. You're the fierce protector with the fatherly heart. So it's like, God damn it, stop this shit. My Cancer moon is like, God damn it, boy, listen to me. And it's like calming me down. And that's the reason why my Aries is a lot more suppressed than most. But once you set me off, I'm like, there needs to be retribution for this motherfucker. Like, it's even like even when I'm working and then people try to talk to me, I'm like one time I had to slap a motherfucker. Like, like, oh yeah, yeah, I'm about to punch you, and he got his fist balled up. So
Oh shit.
I open palm slapped him. He falls to the ground, and I'm like, nigga, you about to hit me? I was gonna help you.
Oh shit. Damn. This
And,
shit funny as shit.
and it's funny because people don't understand that, like Jay Sean said earlier, that raw masculinity, which is protective, which is aggressive, and people don't understand it. Just like raw femininity, raw femininity is gonna do what you allow.
Yeah.
The reason why we call it childlike because it has great empathy, and only a child.
Remember back in the day, Charles, in the army, the military, you allowed to fight because that's what
Mhm,
boys did, right? So, but
mhm.
they did some order to it. They like give you some gloves, you step out back, you create a circle. You know what I mean? You're not gonna just tear up the goddamn barracks.
Nah,
You know what I
what
mean?
they say, go get the gloves.
Go get the gloves. You know what I mean?
Go get the gloves.
They understood that testosterone is what it is. You know what I mean, to a certain extent. And I'm just trying to tell brothers, man, that this raw primal era that we in right now with women. I mean, we have to move different. And the thing is, it's happening at a time when society overall is mechanized and automated. You know what I mean? So now a woman can literally be on her own. She don't really need you to provide her, giving her jobs. She's making money. Women making more money than ever made in history. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
they're in a situation now where they really don't need, and if they don't want to even get a job and go down the route of having a career, they could just fuck some of these dumb niggas out here, get pregnant, and get on Section 8. So, you know, we got to understand we're dealing with a primal error, which means we're going to have to move different. We're going to have to be a lot more intelligent in how we address situations. But one thing that never goes away is masculinity. Masculinity does not ever, expire. Masculinity has to be, involved. You know what I mean? You have to be a man about this shit. You got to look a chick in her eye.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And tell her no. You know what I mean? And if she understand no, then she got to understand the other words. Just get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? You gotta mean it.
Yeah, you can't say get the fuck out of here.
Nah, you gotta mean that shit. You know what I mean? And then if we had an environment of men like that, you know what I mean? I think things would be a lot different. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. You know what I mean? But I think the simping, like, just look at some of these famous chicks like Keisha Cole. She's always gonna have a simp or a beta male there. You know what I mean? Always.
She's gonna butt heads with an alpha because an alpha not gonna stand 5 minutes.
She's not gonna respect the beta either, though. She's not gonna like that nigga.
She's not gonna get it until she's 60 years old and her shit don't work no more. You know what I mean?
It's gonna be like, get the fuck out of here, bitch.
Now she don't have a man that's really good, that's there for her to live out her years with, and you know what I mean. She doesn't have that protection. She's going to literally, like my man said, die alone. You know what I mean?
You got to look at Keisha Cole's. She's a broken woman.
Yeah, definitely.
You see it in the video. The only thing that's gonna fix her is two things. Number one, the first thing she's got to do is take accountability for her dumb shit. Number three is the man who's gonna guide her to the promised land. I mean, she needs fucking Moses. Okay? And people be like, well, I don't need to guide no woman. Yes, the fuck you do. You're a man. That's your primal job, is to guide women, to guide society.
So leadership,
And see, what we got away with is that we made it passe to be leaders. We are okay with moms. Like, my mother and father has a key. My mother just took my son to go shopping or wherever the fuck they go. I didn't even ask. Okay, I'm chilling. My mom helps me around while I'm sick. Okay? My mom does not treat me like I'm her son. I'm still her son, though. I'm still respectful, still loving. But my mom asks my advice. My mom asks my leadership. You know why? Because she respects my masculinity and that I'm a full-grown man.
And plus, men outrank women naturally too.
And then on top of that, if I'm making good decisions, that's better for her, because if I'm putting myself in a great spot when she gets older, guess who she's living with? Why do you think white women make a beeline to push their sons in male-dominated spaces? Everything.
Why do you think so many women around the manosphere?
Because
real quick, if I could, I want to say, Charles, thank you for bringing me up. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Jay Sean, are you from New York? I hear that hustle in there.
Yeah, I'm from Bushwick, Brooklyn. Yeah, born and raised.
Oh, snap! I just left Brownsville recently. I was living over by the junction.
That's what's up, boss.
Yeah, actually, Herkimer.
I gotta say salute to you and your wife the other night.
Oh, thank you.
Oh man, she's invited to my platform anytime. That's a fun woman. I see why y'all married.
That's what's up.
You know what? Actually, I want to speak to that, because places like this are important for men. I stumbled across the Black Manosphere accidentally through listening to actually Green Gorilla and Kevin Samuel.
How long ago was that, Blue Blazer?
That was actually just a few months ago. Prior to that, I had actually been in apparently what's called 1.0. Back in 2013, I was watching Tommy Sotomayor heavy. But I didn't understand that it was this sphere. When I came back, I saw another content creator, but what I consistently saw was men saying opposite of what I just heard from you men here, which I keep seeing these brothers, oh, these women are this and they're bad. And I'm like, yo, my wife, even, she sits here and watches these with me. And she was like, "Yo, like, I'm not trying to sound like, stereotypical, woman basher, but these sound like butthurt men." And I was like, so I went up
But
and I
they are.
basically, yeah,
They are.
and I want us to build instead of being butthurt. Because if you forget
Right.
about that last broad, the rest, like, bro, with this wedding ring and the work I do, I'm beating chicks off with a stick. I thought having the wedding ring would help avoid having to deal with those chicks who are
Little
looking
did
to
you
be
know.
saved. Yeah, little did I know. Now, these bitches is coming out the woodwork.
Mhm.
But Jay Sean, actually, real quick,
Yes, sir.
if I do real estate in New York as well as insurance, I don't know if
Oh,
you're familiar with Herkimer Street, but if you go to, I think it's 1300 Herkimer, it used to be the church. That's now luxury condos, and they're actually listed by celebrity realtor Ryan Serhant.
okay.
There's 32 units in the condos. They start at 400,000. I'm kind of selling because I'm trying to help him sell out that building. If I sell out that building, he has another one on Ralph Ave that he's looking to let me buy.
400K? What is it, one bedroom condos or?
400K is the one
Send
bedroom.
me my email address in the back because I'm interested.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hold on. You ain't got to say no more. We can talk about this offline.
And God damn it,
And just
even
like
on
that,
the- even
business
on the
is being made.
even on the Charles Faulkner Jr. fucking channel, we're making business and networks. Ain't
Hey,
that a bitch?
It's Gmail. I spelled Gmail wrong, but it's J. It's in the back chat.
I got you. I'm gonna send you my info in the back chat as well.
I spelled Gmail wrong. Okay.
And it's funny because even yesterday, it was Blue Blazer and a couple other the fellas talking to a 22-year-old JoJo
I was here
about
for a
his
little
girl,
bit.
and so was Z, Mr. Z, and we were like talking to him and telling him how good of a girl. Wait a minute, she's 23. She gives you money to the house. She cooks and cleans. She watches anime and does shit with you, and she likes to do it with you. Nigga, you leave her, we coming over to your house to, nigga, I'ma beat your ass.
He got him a Myra. He left up, got him a Myra. That's what he
Exactly,
got.
a fine ass Myra. I said, dude, you found the equivalent of Jesus Christ in the Black Manosphere.
Yeah. Pause for the cause, Charles. For all of those who don't know who Myra is, that's from the Urkel show, the Steve Urkel show. If y'all didn't know the reference.
Oh yeah, gotta love Family Matters, and Myra was fine as a motherfucker.
Fine as a motherfucker. And she was sweet as
how did she pass though? What did she pass from?
It was from stomach cancer.
Like
it was stomach cancer. Yeah.
And it was funny because even Blue Blazers, I like to call his wife the Pink Blazer. You know, even his wife came on to give the brother some advice. So for those who watch my shit and say we shit on black women, I think it's funny because I have several black women on my panels laughing and joking and giving sound advice, including Miss Gigi, Nicole Ali, and others.
Yeah.
I even had a panel with 3 women who wanted to talk some crazy shit, but we had a good dialogue, and they took some L's because they weren't logical. I even have Beard's wives on here who are fun loving and teaching you how to have a successful marriage. So how the fuck is it that we hate women? See, the problem is this: in this sphere, we're trying to correct the problem and cut out the cancer.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. And the crazy part is, the reason why they say we hate women is because we point out the bullshit they do. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to look at themselves. And when we try to show them, the mirror, look at, and see how messed up they are, they take that as bashing because they don't want to be recognized or be shown the negativity part of them. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to be shown the positive part. So when we show the negative part, it makes them feel bad. And when they feel bad, they use words like sexist, misogynist, you hate women, black women, you this or that. Instead of just being logical, you know what? Maybe we are doing something wrong. Let's fix the error, the problem, so we can move forward and be better women.
And you know what's funny, Aqua? When I hear those fucking weak ass arguments, I said, let me ask you this one question. Did black women give me a reason to hate them? Let's answer that.
Now that's something to think about.
Yeah.
It's
So
extremists too, though.
if I really wanted to hate them, you're doing a damn good job of giving me a reason. But for some godforsaken reason, we still have this much love and faith in you of being a good damn person and getting your shit together. Because guess what? This is how men talk. We cuss. You see the parental advisory sign up there. So guess what?
Parental advisory advised.
Yo, what's that?
Explicit content, motherfuckers. Okay.
Yeah.
So when I have young viewers, okay, who are 16 that I personally know, and they said, "Thank you for talking about this subject because me and my boys, we were wondering about this." I said, like I told JoJo, I'm here to the stories of older guys. I guess I'm almost in the older guy bracket. I'm like not that far away from 40, but you got to think about it. All the bad things we have, this is what you need to do. You need to take the stories, listen to the stories and not make your fucked up mistakes, but also understand that life still goes on. You may be the one that cracks the code and doesn't have to go through any of the bullshit we went through.
Yeah, that's JoJo.
And I said, and remember, JoJo, we love you, but we all gonna take a trip to St. Louis and beat your ass. You fucked that up. That is.
Yeah. You better not fuck that sweet tea up, nigga. You better not add no lemon in that motherfucker and turn it sour. Keep that shit sweet, nigga. Real shit.
Yeah. Because if you got a woman who's willing to submit, who's willing to be submissive, cooperative, she loves you for you, and you ask her not to drink too much except on certain occasions, and she's not out there partying, she might get a little mad with you playing basketball, nigga. Shit, you got a gold mine.
Yeah.
I'm trying to have one of them. I'm trying to have one of them blue blazer, marriages where they crack on each other and shit. You know, the one of them funny shit.
It took some time, man. But listen. So first of all, actually, ironically, with JoJo's situation, I almost fucked up because one of y'all niggas would have came around and snatched this woman right the fuck out of my hands, because I was doing like JoJo. I was like, oh well. I know she does everything she wants for me. She fucking clips my nails and my Flintstone feet. She fucking buys and draws for me. She cooks for me. Our first date, bro, she cooked. Right?
Nice.
Our first date, I came out. I was living in Connecticut. Came out to Brooklyn. She lives on Jay Shine. Bainbridge over by Boys and Girls.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so we I'm a Bainbridge boy, but I'm on the good end, between Lewis and Stuyvesant. So the good end.
that's like night and day compared to like 4 blocks away. Go ahead,
bro, I used to live right off of Rockaway.
You just named all of Baltimore with that one. God damn.
No bullshit.
You're in danger every other 5 minutes. God damn.
Facts.
Go ahead.
But y'all would have snatched her the fuck up out of my dumb ass hands, because I was sitting there. I think I want to wait, or she's not the perfect size, so I think I'm gonna wait until I find the girl who has the perfect 36, 24, 36, not knowing that woman was probably just gonna drain my wallet and send me on.
Exactly.
But,
hey, I gotta roll. I just want to say something before I go. I gotta get out of here. I got a company. But thanks for having me up, Charles. Good talking to y'all, brothers. I'm gonna catch y'all on the next one.
All right, Jay Sean.
I just want to say this quick for Aqua. Make sure you understand this, brother. When the sisters come at you that way, when you talking about what's really happening, and they come back at you like you hate black women and all that, just understand that she's fighting a gender war, and in the war they want you to take a side. You know what I mean? And I'm not fighting a war. I'm fighting a war based on principle. Responsibility and stand up for my man and my group. You know what I mean? I have a lineage I come from as an African American. I'm not forfeiting that for nobody. You know what I mean? So, and it's the same thing with some of these brothers too, Aqua. If you don't say everything the way they want you to say it, then you caping for black women. They fighting a gender war. You know what I mean? And the thing is this: when you fighting a gender war, you're not gonna be able to find a wife like Blue Blazer did. Because
Sean, before you go. And when people say you're caping for black women or you're caping for black men, I find that shit hysterical. How is that offensive? Nigga, you telling me I'm trying to defend black women? When did that become a negative?
No, but here's the thing. Real quick. See,
This incels in the space that told me I was caping for my daughter. I'm like, I'm not supposed to.
You're supposed
It's your daughter.
What the
I mean,
fuck?
this is how crazy it gets. So like,
Jesus Christ.
yeah, but
Jesus.
I gotta go. I'm being rude right now.
All right,
Yeah.
okay, all right, Jay Sean.
I was
Yeah.
And
gonna.
look,
All right,
Thanks for
man.
having me up, man. I'm gonna catch you another time. I'm definitely
all
gonna
right,
snap back, Charles, man. But I'm gonna holler at y'all.
All
all
right.
right,
Yep.
and
I gotta
and
play.
check this out,
All right.
I
and
gotta
to
play his
piggyback off Jay
walkout music.
Sean,
I gotta
and
play his
to piggyback.
Hey, what's up, guys? Peace to the chat. Yeah,
Hey,
this my name
peace.
Sam Davis.
What's
Just
going
new
on?
to the chat. Been following for Faulkner and pretty much all the red pill guys on the manosphere. I lost the pace of the chat a little while ago, so I'm just trying to pick everything back up. But I did want to just go ahead and introduce myself by ways of Chicago. So I'll be cutting in just a little bit as soon as I catch up. But
All
yeah,
right,
you
cool.
guys can go ahead and carry on.
Right,
Hey,
Yeah,
what's up?
yeah.
Thanks for joining us. Hopefully you enjoying the show, my man Ball. What's up, Ball? Woo! That's the loudest I could go fighting this COVID and
Great.
shit.
And you know
Uncle, you
what,
was gonna
Charles?
say something. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. And to piggyback off Jay Shine, there's one thing I do. Now I will say this, and people might listen in on the air. I do, I guess, cape or I do give praise to good women who got good hearts, women who are submissive, women who actually speak things that are, that need to be spoken, who actually say things that we need to hear. So if me praising a good woman who's doing the right thing is caping and I cape, I'm not gonna praise no strag. I'm not gonna praise no hyena. You dig what I'm saying? I praise lionesses. You know what I'm saying? I would praise a Wonder Woman, but I would shame a cat woman. You dig what I'm saying? One's a hero, one's a villain. I don't fuck with villains.
That's
I don't
actually a
give a fuck
really
out for
good
shit.
line.
Yeah. And plus, Wonder
Of a
Woman fine as
Catwoman.
shit too. She a bad bitch too. But yeah, so that I mean that's what I praise. I care for them. But now I will say this: it don't mean I won't hold them accountable if they fuck up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but as long as they doing the right thing, I will give them praise because they hold themselves to that standard that we men need to hold them to the standard of. And on the topic, when we say women feel entitled on some real shit, I think that's mostly men's fault. Is because we don't hold them to a high standard. We say, no, all she gotta do is have a vagina, be pretty, and just look good, and we just want to get with her. So in their mind, they're thinking, oh, that's all we gotta do. We don't gotta do much. Then cool. Then I can get what I want. So that's how they able to do things without any repercussion. That's how they just feel free to just say whatever, act whatever, because they know that all they gotta do is be a female and they can get stuff. So they don't hold no value to nothing because we don't put value on anything. And they take
Their
stuff for
vagina
granted. But
equals your wallet, your protection, your
exactly,
belief. Yeah, yep, you're right.
exactly.
Picture
So the
you.
moment,
Because
yeah.
Aqua, I'm assuming I kind of came in and out and was doing some other. Oh, also by the way, follow, like, subscribe Charles' show as well as mine, the Blue Blazer. My government name Alonzo Hall. I do financial work as well as real estate on my page. Yeah, there you go, Aries gang.
How many
So
Aries on the panel?
I know I'm one.
I think it's
April
3.
1st,
It's
baby.
Charles. It's Blue. It's yeah.
Yeah.
Is
But
it
so
in
let
2
me
or
ask
3? I
y'all
think
this:
there might be somebody in the comments that might be Aries also.
when one thing that I've noticed, and y'all have obviously seen this too, when you speak to specifically Black women, I don't really speak on anything else but Black people because that's what I am. You notice that they have this thing about, oh, the tone in which you've spoken to me. I mean, you could have said it differently.
Blue Blazer, are you grabbing your invisible pearl necklace right now when you're saying that?
Yeah.
Because I could imagine that's how they say it for real. My word, your tone.
My word, the tonality. But peep game. How many single mothers have you seen yell at this? You stupid motherfucker! You better get up, you fucking piece of shit, and don't cry, nigga, because you gotta have balls. So we have to realize, and the women don't realize that they do this. Just like the other day, I was on another stream. They had a woman up there, and I blatantly asked her, "What makes your pussy wet?" And then they was looking like, and then they asked for a description of the guys that she ignores. And I was explaining she doesn't see the guys she ignores. They look like an avatar with no picture. You have to
Honestly,
realize
that's people. Sorry for cutting you off, Blue Blazer, but
Yeah.
that. So I had this conversation with a friend years ago, and I said the thing with us as human beings, especially what I see with women, is y'all are being chased by like multiple guys, but all the guys that you're not attracted to are invisible to you. So men, we still keep the women that we're not attracted to somewhat around because you never know when you're gonna have a desperate night or something. It's fucked up, but it's the truth, right?
Yeah.
But women don't like other than that one or two guy that's in the friend zone. They don't the dudes they don't want are practically invisible, like you said. They're avatars with no face.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, man, that's crazy to me that they put themselves in those positions. You want a particular type of dude, nothing wrong with that. But like Sean was saying, what happens when you're in your when you start getting into your 50s? When, my question is, when do they wake up?
They don't.
They don't.
Mm,
And
yeah.
it's funny. Shout out to my boy Leon, ooh, and my boy Ball. My man Ball said, I agree. Men have to have standards as women do because if I work hard for mine, I deserve to deal with a certain caliber of a person that I want. Woo!
Mm-hmm.
See,
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
you got to understand something. Like yesterday, see, and today, when you deal with a certain caliber, see, there are certain fringe benefits of being a certain type of man or a certain type of woman.
Yeah.
I'll use wrestling for example. When when you win the championship or you the first seed before you get to there, who do you go against? If it's an eight-man tournament, you usually go against who?
The eighth seed.
The eight seed. Why? Because you kicked ass all through the season to earn that. So you go against the weakest link. But
mm,
after the first round, there's no more chumps, as my coach would say. God rest his soul in peace, power and paradise, Mr. Brown.
mhm,
Woo. Then, if you really have to earn your way to prove the people, because seeding is a prediction, it's not a guarantee, it's a prediction.
Mm-hmm.
To make that self fulfilling, you have to fight your way through three, maybe even four other people. On average,
Mm-hmm.
if it's an eight man, it's going to be three to be the man. Same thing when it comes to dating. You're going to have to get your shit together before you can demand shit from a woman.
mm,
Mm-hmm. I
Mm-hmm.
agree.
Because guess what? The reason why I can say what I want is because why do I want a woman who's fit? Because I like a fit lifestyle. I can't deal with somebody who's not healthy because that's more money coming out of the well that is also swell that we call financial. Okay?
Mm-hmm. That shit rhyme. Well,
Very
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, that's some old Chi-Town pimp shit. You like that, don't you?
Charles, real
Mm-hmm.
quick, have you considered that half? Well, so you have to have your shit together. I agree with that. I think we had this conversation before, but I'm extending it a little bit. Is it possible that the age of launch is becoming so high that your shit together is not 23, 24 no more? It's more like 30, 31, 32, and that's
Here's the
why we're having these problems.
here's the secret, right?
Hmm.
Here's the secret. And I want everybody to pay attention to this shit because I'm about to give y'all some good shit. Number one, if all these broads had fathers, they would know when men get their shit together.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
Because daddy would say, okay, he'd be able to look at that young man, take him out back, chop some firewood, do whatever the fuck, smoke a cigar, have some cognac, take him out to the AutoZone store, whatever, do whatever that men do to test other men's mental and metal, and decide if this guy has the potential to take care of his baby girl. But because you live in this gynocentric world, you only see things from one view. And last time I checked, what women really need is not only their father, but the goddamn sort of omens to get sight beyond sight. And actually take a little foresight to see what a man is supposed to be. They should know. Because once again, when I said earlier, like Dr. Umar Johnson said, you should have studies of the man studying the woman and the woman studying the man. See, the man is a more complex organism. See, a woman stopped growing around what, 18 to 20. A man stops growing around 25 to 27. So because he's more complex, it takes longer to him to be fully realized.
Yep.
So if he's more complex, that means he's going to have more on his plate when it comes to responsibility.
Okay. And now we're getting somewhere.
So now, because it takes longer for him to fully realize and to develop, it's going to be about 35 when he starts making the money to take care of a family. See, let me see what my boy Ball said. He said, I wouldn't share my kingdom with no that box that it is sad that women are accepting.
He probably meant no one.
No, with no one. Yeah. That it's sad that women are accepting these roles. I mean, that women are accepting these roles as thought boxes and shouldn't be normal. It is not normal. You know why? Because men play a key role in women's lives. We keep them mentally stable. Okay? You know, and this is the reason why a lot of men dropped out of the church, because the church stopped being logical and progressive, and it's just feel good. Okay? Because guess what? Number one, as the Bible would say, men, love your wives. Number two, women, respect your husbands. Men don't give a goddamn about love, not as much as we do about respect.
Respect. Talk to him, Charles. Talk to him.
Because guess what? I could go goddamn down the street unarmed, and I've arrested a few people, but guess what? They may not like me, but what do? They respect me. And see, you can't buy respect. This is why they say when a man finds a wife, he finds a good thing. Because you can't buy it. You must find it. When Blue Blazer, when he admitted that he almost fucked up, he found a good thing. And he smartened up and stuck with it through thick and thin. Just like his wife had to stick with him through thick and thin. See, I don't need, when people talk about me, Charles, you should look for a partner. I'm sorry. Unless I'm going for the tag team titles, I'm not looking for a partner. I'm looking for a wife.
There you go.
I'm looking, just like my wife should not look for one. Just like my future wife, if I decide to get married, should not look for a partner. She should look for a husband. She should look for, that's why I always said, I am the bridge between the common man and Kevin Samuels. He may talk about the high tier. I'm going to talk about the guys who are still the 25 to 13%. Because guess what? The quality man, the effective man should be with the quality woman. And somebody take this mic because this motherfucker's volcanic right
now. Nuclear right now. No, Blue Blazer, wasn't the number the age for the first time millionaires 52?
Yes.
52 years old. So what I keep on coming to I'm happy that Kevin Samuels is having these conversations about high value men. Because it's causing us to see how delusional some of these sisters are. But I like Charles, I like to have the conversation about the average person, right? The people in the middle, because that's the vast majority of us, right? We're somewhere in the middle. So this idea of millionaires, when your first millionaire is 52, right? So when you hear these women talk about millionaires and six-figure men, what we already know is what six-figure men are about 10% of men, right? And when we talk about black men,
even worse. If you're an African American and you make $100,000 or more, you are in the 1% of African Americans. The 1%.
You see what I'm saying?
If you're African, if you're black and you make $100,000, you're 1%er. Go ahead.
See, what you guys got to understand.
Go ahead,
man. No, what you guys got to understand is when you guys find females saying stuff like that and then threaten you with divestment, the answer was already put out there. we only make on average on the median income 10,000 less than the average white man. So if they're gonna divest, they're just moving sideways. They're not upgrading to $100,000 white man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's just a big shit test. So
yeah,
see, and the only reason why they keep coming at you guys with those type of narratives is because once you throw the hook out there, if you snag it, just like they say, hit dogs a holler. Okay, well, I know that you're not really the type of guy that you're claiming that you are, because if you're only making $10,000 than the average white man, you know I'm not going to go over there and get a six-figure white man. White women are protecting that, so I wouldn't even
yeah.
entertain that argument. Period.
Oh
And
shit.
and this is coming from a guy. This is coming from a guy. And shout outs to Faulkner. The other day he was talking about the guys that were blue collar, that pretty much, the pyramid builders, the guys that's working in the plants and the oil refineries. I was that guy. I worked on 200, 300 foot structures, building those things up. And
Mm-hmm.
just to bring back for what you guys were talking about earlier, the guys that were on the road, truck drivers and whatnot. I was on the road. I was young. I was 24 years old, making 80 to 90 grand a year. I even moved sideways to move over to white collar. I got my credentials with maintenance mechanic, then OSHA safety, and now I'm a consultant out of Chicago. So I'm making my six figures, and trust me, it does not change. This is why that is a shit test. They treat the guys that are six figures the same way.
I knew you
The
were gonna
same,
say that
but
shit.
the thing is, in Chi-Town, and I grew up in the hood. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I grew up in the hood, so I had my charisma, my swag. I didn't have to make that money to get the type of women, that a lot of you guys call pookies and whatnot, get that level of that caliber of women. And even though I Chi-Town is all about being pimping, staying clean, I was clean. I might not have had as much money as some of the older guys that was making good money, but I still pulled them. But when I started making the better money, one thing that I understood is that it doesn't change. And I just kept upgrading myself just to see, like, okay, all right, no more 180 pounds, fit. Now I'm football build and making six figures and white collar. You think this thing has changed for me? I'll tell you one thing that did change. I do get a lot more attention. But the thing is, females are always going to shit test you. They're all it's like I said, if they throw it out there, they'll see what level that you're on. These
Let me ask
females,
you
they
this.
go ahead.
You James Bond out here.
My man was
But
on James
before you
Bond
go, Blue
shit.
Blazer, let me just say this. BGS did this, and this is a conversation we're having yesterday. I don't remember if you were there for that part, Blue Blazer, yesterday on Roger Report show, but essentially the environment needs to change. I'm happy you brought up what you brought up, because a lot of brothers are under this illusion that when you get to six figures, shit change. I have one of my best friends is border patrol in Texas, makes six figures. That nigga, it will tell you straight up, his charisma is what pull him, not so much the
Yeah.
money. The charisma is what pull him, not the status, not the
Yes,
money,
sir.
right?
It's the charisma.
I'm
Well, we
gonna
got to
tell
look
you
at
what.
that too. Before I go and ask Perfect Wealth the next question, we do have to look at that, because even Kevin Samuel says, "Listen, fellas, just because you quote unquote high value and you make a lot of money, that doesn't entitle you. That's entitlement to a woman. You still got to get out there and do the work. You got to show your work. So it's the same thing. Just because a woman got the banging body doesn't entitle her to a guy's wealth.
Exactly. Exactly.
And
But I
thank you,
think
New, for the Cash App. Thank you, New. Go ahead.
I got
I
you on the
think on the
cash app
men's
off
side,
after this.
See, you got to think about this, right? When a man is confident, see, swag, I never really cared for swag because I wanted to be on my grown man shit. So I say the whole word swagger.
okay.
Okay. So I like to just walk in the room, grab my dick, and walk in there like I got the biggest dick in the room. So a lot of times, this is the reason why I give a lot of praise to the sport of wrestling and to my coach, Larry Brown, Sr. You can't be a good wrestler and not have confidence. Combat sports, you got to have confidence among the stars. It's like when I train people working out. First thing they'll see me do, I put on 3 to 4 plates of 45s, rep it a couple of times, place it up there. It's not to show off. It really is not to show off. It's to let them know the same techniques I would use if there were 10 plates, if they were 10-pound plates, it's the same technique I'm gonna use when it's 400 pounds. Number two, the mentality has to be correct. If I don't believe that I can lift that, is it gonna be lifted? No.
Nope.
The same way you go to women, excuse me, is the same way you go get a new job. The same way you roll into that bank for a business loan. You better be confident and you better
Yes,
be
sir.
on your shit.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Because a
Levels
lot
to
of
it.
because a lot of brothers, because we live in a gynocentric state. Yes, it is a state, and yes, it is. And so when you get into this gynocentric state, your masculinity, which is part of your confidence, is tamped down. The reason why you worried about Big Booty Brenda and Pookie and Ray Ray, because that bitch was not meant for you. Guess what? I fucked a lot of hood chicks, a lot of chicks who middle class, a lot of chicks master degrees making $250,000. If you look like you don't fucking make sense, no chick wants you.
Yeah.
Notice doors opens to those willing to walk through. I'm gonna shut up in a second, but I'm gonna say this. The SAS said it best. He who dares wins. Somebody take this mic.
He who dares wins. I think that deserves a huge woo in honor of Officer Faulkner having the inability to woo all the way. Woo! Yeah, like I said, man, that confidence is very, very, very important. Even amongst men. Bro, if you're walking amongst other men, for example, with J.I., I just came up here and spoke to him about real estate for $400,000 in New York. Right? If I would have been like, do you know what he said? Here's my info. I'm interested.
Right.
We'll talk later.
Yep.
Boom.
Been
But if
there.
I was like,
Been there.
now that's a nice payday for me. Listen, Officer Faulkner, I don't know if you're real estate licensed. If you aren't, if there's something that comes from this, just for the simple fact that he and I got connected between you, I would pay you a finder's fee,
Hey,
which is up to $1,000.
hey, there's one color I'm never racist against, and it's green.
Hell no.
Hey, Blue,
I
you said
definitely
that you had a
appreciate it.
question. I remember you said you had a question for me, Blue.
Yeah. So my question is, where you finding women? Because
Where
I
am I?
noticed. Yeah.
Okay, so now I had to shift gears before because when I was on the road, I was so young. I basically just kind of just walked up to them, got in touch with the guys that was, pretty much native to the area that I was in. They take me to the best spots, and I mean, I just had a mouthpiece. I wasn't afraid to how should I say present myself. So I didn't have a problem just going up to a nice looking chick and just telling my name. I kept it real short. You don't want to talk too much. Kept it real short, got the number, hit her up later, and that's how we did it. But once I moved over to white collar, I still have this, my aura is what speaks now. The way I dress, like a lot of it is permeated through how Kevin Samuels speaks. I don't have to wear a suit, but Chicago, we're all about
Yeah.
fashion. So we know how to put clothes together. We know the first thing that she's gonna see at a distance is how you color coordinated with your clothes. If you're walking past her, she's gonna notice how you smell. I'll be checking back to see if she's looking back at me, and then if I catch her, we catch eye contact, I'll bring her over. That's usually how I do it now. But again, like I said, now this is what fit for me because I had put myself under development ever since I was a child. I never had really a problem even talk to females. So by the time I had the age of where I am right now, and I'm 33 years old, I know exactly what were my best attributes. So like I said before, I've always been in shape. Before I was at 180 pounds, basically looking like a a real fit basketball player. Now I'm more like a football player build. I'm 208, pretty much all muscle. As you can see, I keep my hair cut. I cut my own hair. I will tell you that that's one secret that Chicago trains you as a child. You never know who you're going to run into when you're walking on the street, so you always want to look your best. So that's one
Exactly.
thing. So that's one thing that I did learn. I cut hair, and I learned how to cut my own hair. I always stay shaped up, always stay well groomed, face clean, smelling good, everything. And as soon as they see the package, well, you shoot, it's not going to take too much longer before you hear the package. It's where you can actually see that everything is falling directly in line. So I never really
Mm-hmm.
had a problem with actually moving towards women and in that fashion. That's a lost art from now. What I'm seeing after getting
Right.
off the
But
road,
where are
most
you looking
Oh,
for them at?
oh
well, my
yes.
my office, my office is downtown Chicago. All right, not too far from the Field Museum, but within Corona, I will say that
Well, yeah, it's difficult to
I'm
think of.
handling I'm handling everything at the home office right now. So I don't really approach females as it was before. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. Like when females would just see me out, out and about, I wear clothes to actually extenuate, what I'm saying, my attributes. So they'll come up to me like, "Hey, are you a bodybuilder?" "No, I'm a consultant. Here's my card. Do you want to make some money?" Like, well, they they're shocked at hearing that. It was like, okay, well, what do you do for your workout regimen? Do you drink? No, I don't drink pop. I drink a lot of water. I make sure I don't skip leg day. I always give people advice before they think that I'm actually going to try to go in. No, most of the times I don't have to do that. They'll
Mm-hmm.
ask me exactly how I pretty much do my workout regimen, or
So it
they
sounds like
they'll ask, a lot like Kevin Samuels. I will tell you this, and I've
mm,
actually had women that had husbands. This one lady, she's Hispanic, and I ran into her at the firm. She's like, well, my husband, I want to see if he can actually get started. He's got about the same size as you. And within 15 minutes of the conversation, she's asking me to grade her body. Like, what should I do? What I'm saying, to get my curves, get this. I want bigger thighs so I can fill out these jeans. Da 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 da. It's more so when you have that confidence and she can see that you know exactly what you're talking about, and it's not a press for you to actually get the number or anything out of her. She's pretty much going to open the door for you. I mean, because at the end of the
right.
day, I'm pretty sure if her husband was sitting right there, the last thing that dude was going to want to hear is his wife asking for another man to grade her body. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
just going to keep it real. I just being real.
Yeah, nah,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think no guy wants to have his wife asking another man
Hmm.
what. Nah.
Hmm.
But a lot of times you gotta. It's like when I train people. It's funny. If you're gonna do personal training for those who's interested in that field, I tell a lot of people you gotta look the part. You gotta look the part. Like, look,
Yeah.
nobody likes a clean mechanic. Nobody likes an out of shape trainer.
Right. I don't know. I would never recommend fuck around with a married woman. But if a but if a Latina asked me about her body, and I'd have to see you naked.
Ladies and gentlemen, Beasley.
I
Go
couldn't
Beasley.
I couldn't give you a proper assessment with all them clothes on.
That would actually work too.
if if she wasn't trying, she's trying to give you some pussy in case you didn't know it.
No, Beasley. No, I knew it. But the thing is, see, the way Chicago is that once your aura is speaking a lot more for you, you don't really have to actually try to direct conversations back to sex or even actually moving forward for any type of dates like that. When they
Yeah.
see you come in the room, they know, like, I'm not gonna even try to bullshit with this guy. I'm gonna open up the door. I'm gonna see if he steps up to
Nah.
the plate, and
So,
I'm gonna indirectly shoot my shot. That's literally how
I,
it goes for the higher guys. Go ahead.
I
I
visited
think
Chicago 3 or 4 times. I got some pussy each time going to the club.
There you go.
yeah,
Each time
Beasley, you're in Chicago
they'll
as
let
well.
you know.
Yeah,
Pardon me.
I
but you
said
got
you're
to
in
be on top
Chicago
of
as
your.
well.
I'm sorry.
You're currently in Chicago?
No, no, it's been some years, but I felt like I felt like I got lucky every time I got there. You just talk to him, tell him you're from California. I told one chick where I was staying, and she came and found me.
Mm-hmm.
But it
But that's
happens.
exclusive. They don't do the way Beasley got approached. They don't do that for everybody. Like I said, it's levels to it. If they can see that I'm looking at this guy, evidently he knows how to put clothes together. So it's not going to be the same for somebody that's been a plumber. They know how to put on some jeans, maybe some steel toe boots or anything like that. Like, no, if they can see that this guy looks good, he keeps himself well groomed, he does he knows how to choose the correct colognes. And then when you open your mouth, and then she can actually see that you have social skills. She's not going to try all those shit tests to see exactly what level. Now the shit test comes later, but at least to open the door, she's going to give you that.
It's no different than how a woman, like, it's funny, me and my friend said this in a group text, and he put up these two twins who you could tell they had work done, but they were still fine as fuck. I'm like, yo, would a 6-figure man want this? I said, maybe, maybe not, but at least they're side chicks, definitely.
Yeah.
I said, you got to remember, beauty gets you there. It's your other attributes to keep you there.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
And a lot of times I'll say this about guys: you can have your smell good, like he said, it's your aura. It's like sometimes you gotta be like, look, you gotta be comfortable in your skin, and I think a lot of brothers need to go down to the local the local suit place, or go to a tailor, go to somebody or a seamstress. The one thing you should get is one custom made tailored suit, and you will feel like $1 million fucking dollars.
Shameless plug. My homeboy does bespoke couture. He's out of Atlanta, Georgia. His wife is a realtor, and he does bespoke couture. He started about $1,000, but everything is 100% custom. Again, bespoke. I'm gonna plug every black man I know that has a business everywhere I go.
Hey, put his shit in the chat. If you don't have a wrench, put something in the chat, and I'll give you a wrench to put it in there.
Let me put his shit in the
chat. Go online and find you a tailor in Thailand, and get you some of that super 200 material that don't wrinkle, that you could sleep in.
Super 200, damn, that's expensive shit.
Yeah, and the suits you probably can get 9 of them made for $500.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Give them your man, but I don't see how. I mean, I don't wear suits as often now. I wear a sports jacket every now and then, but them tight ass suits, man, god damn. Tight suits.
Well, you gotta.
And I know that's what you're talking about. You're talking about a custom. You're talking about a tight ass suit.
Well, that shit not necessarily tight, because you got to think. I'm like my paws. I have really thick,
Well, you got a special build. You probably need a tailor-made suit anyway, for the most part.
You're like a brick house.
Right. I got the thick ass thighs and arms and upper body and almost no waist. So it's like it's a weird phenomenon, when it comes to buying this bitch, because I'll tell a lot of people, a lot of guys, and this is another thing, when it comes to dress shoes, if you're willing to buy Jordans and dopes, I'm sorry, I'm Baltimore, we call foam posits dope dealers, because back in the day, only dope dealers because back in the day, the only motherfuckers who could afford them were dope dealers.
Dope dealers.
So it was like, you gotta buy expensive dress shoes, because that shit just feels like that shit feels so icy on your feet. Mm-hmm. Like I wore like these $300 dress shoes to go to this goddamn party bus in DC, and it felt like I was wearing tennis shoes.
Mm-hmm.
And
those are like cool Hans.
And a lot of times, what brothers don't understand is that certain shit you're gonna pay for. You pay for class. You pay to be a winner. It's no difference than you on a sports team. You're gonna pay the big bucks to get the first fucking draft pick. It should be the same thing about your style. Anybody else
Mhm.
want to? Anybody
I
else
want
want
to.
to part some knowledge?
I want to chime in on that. Also, I did put his website, Bespoke Couture. And then when you go to his website, the person who's modeling is him. That's Omar Kennebrew. I went to high school with him. We used to play weekend warrior football all the time. I used to break that little nigga down. Uh, but but I want to speak to the shoes. So Charles mentioned shoe. So first thing, black men, take your feet out of Stacey Adams. Okay, Stacey Adams is a great church shoe. But when you're getting into upper echelons, Stacey Adams is not the way to go. They are great for fashion, don't get me wrong. I still wear some Stacey's. But if you're looking at shoes that feel like tennis shoes, Cole Haan is actually Nike. So while you're wearing Nikes, you're actually wearing Cole Haan's, which is their dress brand. Rockport is Reebok, and they're very comfortable. They're not always the most fashion forward, but they're very comfortable. Bostonian is a great shoe. Johnston and Murphy is a great shoe. And all these shoes are the same as your most expensive Jordans, $400 or $500. But here's the ill part. When I spend, for example, I have like I don't have the most expensive shoe collection. I really need to revamp my shoe collection, to be honest. But I have an Italian leather boot by Alfani, which is a Macy's brand. So it's a cheap brand, but relatively, it's only like $200 for the shoes. Which, if you're looking at,
If it's a leather shoe with a leather sole, it's better than most.
yeah. But here's the cool thing: I've had those shoes for about 6 years. Because every year I just take it to the shoemaker, replace the heel, put some taps on it. And I don't know anybody who still has their first pair of Jordans. I actually went on Facebook in 2015 and was screaming at Negroes because I was like, you dumb Negroes will continue to buy these Space Jam Jordans that came out in 2012, 2013, 2015, 2016. So I took offense to it because I had a close friend who made me the godfather of his son, but didn't put a life insurance policy on himself. And I'm like, hold up. Remember, I mentioned wealthy people get life policies on a person 7 times. I'm like, so you expect me to be the godparent of your son, which means if you fucking die, I have to take control of this child, but you're gonna be such a bitch to not make sure that there's money. So when your kid comes into my custody and I neglect the fuck out of that nigga, don't be mad because you didn't give me any money to take care of that nigga. But see, these are the conversations we don't have. But he went and bought foam posits every fucking year, and I'm like, or not foam posits, Space Jams. And I'm like, you could have spent that same money on that life policy because I'm about to kill your ass and have to take your son. And I'm going to neglect the little nigga because you ain't give me no money to take care of the motherfucker. I didn't birth him, so fuck him. I'm sorry. But yeah, with the shoes, man. With the shoes, man. Like I said, get you some good leather shoes. And make sure that you replace them. Always, always, always put taps on your shoes from the day you first get them. Some people you go to the shoemaker, you just spent $500 on this pair of shoes. You're going to spend at least another $50 on the taps. And you're going to go tell them you want taps on the heel and obviously taps on the toe. If you want to make noise while you walk, you'll get a metal tap. If you don't want to make noise while you walk, you'll get a plastic tap. The metal tap lasts a lot longer. It usually lasts at least 6 months. The plastic tap, it's plastic, so it's going to get worn down as you walk. But those are some shit. Now I'm going to have to do fashion tips on my damn...
Bring it to...
Say again?
Go ahead, because shit, I mean, pimp your channel if you're doing fashion tips on your channel, shit.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna definitely do some fashion tips on my channel too. And I want to go back to the confidence. I actually just, again on my channel, 3 months ago, I called into Kevin Samuels directly. This nigga called me high value homeless and hung up in my face.
He's an asshole, isn't he?
I love that shit. He said, why the fuck are you on my phone? You're high value homeless, click.
Hypercritical ass motherfucker, boy.
But then I donated to him and started following him even more because it let me know, men, we're comfortable with a ranking system. So you know what? That
Oh
told me.
Man, hold on a second. Dude, you seem like you're confident. You've got you got a good idea about yourself. You're astute enough to not, and I thought that was a really brilliant thing to say. You're gonna go ahead and buy yourself these expensive activities, make me the godfather to your fucking orphan ass son with not a goddamn dollar to take care of him.
Exactly.
Hold on, and you're gonna let some dude on YouTube fucking demean you? Man, fuck that.
You're talking
Fuck
about
that. Fuck that. Fuck that. And you're gonna donate to him afterwards?
Yes. So it's not in terms of diminishment or feeling demeaned. It's a ranking system. And so in terms of that world of high value.
Who is that nigga to be ranking you, bro? I don't even know you, man, but I really look, I give props where it's due. These guys build a platform and it's popular and they found a little niche and they're making it work. But motherfuckers put these dudes on some fucking status they have not earned. You put them, and I'm saying that's putting another man above yourself. Shame on you, dude. Shame on you. I'd pick right back at his ass. I'm sorry to take the topic off, man, but this hero worship, man, of dudes with regular dudes. Yeah, some of them are articulate and they got their shit together and they got to say some clever things. That's all that's good. But putting them on this pedestal above yourself, where you believe listening to everything they're saying, like it's the fucking gospel. Come on, man. Come on, man.
The reason
to me, that's lacking confidence. Or your confidence ain't much if somebody can shoot a lug at you and take the air out your balloon.
Oh, it's far from taking out. That's why I followed him, donated, and continue to follow more to increase my value. Part of that is that in terms of, so there's 6 tenements in terms of high value, most of which I reach, but I already disqualified myself because one of those is a financial aspect, and I don't make 10,000 plus a month, so I can't really join the Billionaires Boys Club until I'm making $10,000 plus a month.
He probably wasn't making $10,000 a month until recently.
Well, yeah, that's true.
If you're doing that every month,
right? And then I also have to be doing that for at least 3 years. But I also look at that like this. To me,
so this dude's setting a criterion. I'm sorry to go back to this, man. This dude's setting a criterion and a fucking and a measuring stick. He's setting the damn rules, and you're measuring yourself against his fucking against his
Those aren't his rules.
Whose rules are they?
He created. He popularized it. Okay. So what I'm looking at is in the financial aspect. It is a barometer. For example, I'm a financial advisor. If any of you guys were to come to me to want to invest right now, right, I'd have to do a risk tolerance with you. And I'd have to find out if you're even tolerant to, let's say I say, Beasley, you want to invest 20 grand. And so you come and give me 20 grand. And then I go lose 20 grand tomorrow. And there's no way you're getting that 20 grand back. You don't want to choke the fuck out of me.
Yeah, so, well, yeah. So if it's my only 20,000, you want to invest it conservatively, right? I don't have 20 grand to put in a private placement or a penny stock.
Right. But even if you did and you lost it, it's not something that you can just sneeze at. So, for example, in my field, an accredited investor is someone who, unless you make $200,000 a year for the last 3 years, you're not an accredited investor. Now you can invest, but you're not accredited. So there's certain
accredited investors, a person that can take that type of risk, that you could offer those type of deals to. I've sold private placement deals before where you had to sell them to an accredited investor, and that's somebody with $200,000 or $300,000 in stocks, makes over $250,000 a year, and has a net worth of $1 million,
excluding real estate.
Well, I included real estate.
You can't include real estate. SEC doesn't include real estate in your net worth. I actually did a video about this the other day. So they did change some things as of October 2020. In terms of, for example, now a financial advisor is considered an accredited investor. And you did private placements. Cool. So I know a guy who has 36 private placements. He's part of my lodge, UGLE Continental number 287 out of Manhattan.
Oh, you're in New York too?
Yeah.
That's a competitive place.
Yeah.
Do you think?
New York City, one of the most competitive places in the world. So with them, and also I have dual admission, so I'm also with Respectable Lodge Acacia number 166, SMIB to the glory of the Grand Architect, any traveling men out there. But I'd love to talk to you because you've got some experience that I don't in this business. I'm going for my WMCP with the American College of Financial Services. And recently, August 4th, I attended the Conference of African American Financial Professionals, where I found that only 5% of licensed financial professionals are Black. And this is one of the major issues in the wealth gap. There's not enough there's not enough financial people who give a fuck about our community to make it happen. And even when I talk to other Black advisors, like I got a buddy who's an advisor to a lot of rappers, and he hates working. He's like, oh man, these guys, I hate working with rappers. They all live paycheck to paycheck. They have y'all thinking they got money. These have no money. They all live paycheck to paycheck and make you think
If
they
you're going
have
to sell
money.
financial products, you want to sell financial products to people with money. And
Yeah.
generally speaking, Black people could just be a lot more difficult than others.
Oh yeah.
Generally speaking, just from a lack of knowledge and a lack of a legacy of money and understanding, things about money. But yeah, you can't limit yourself if you're going to sell financial products. You want to sell to everybody.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
You want to
But
sell
part of
to
the reason
everybody.
I started selling life insurance, and specifically I have a main goal. 2008, 3 days before Mother's Day, I got shot 5 times in front of my mother in Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so I have a personal vendetta to be, I guess, 25 cents, since I got shot 5 times and not 9. But
That's plenty.
I have a personal vendetta to teach to young Black men to avoid those pitfalls, because bullets don't hurt, and I still suffer from chronic pain, arthritis.
Yeah.
Every time it rains, my bones ache. Every time the air conditioner is on too high, my bones ache. They think it ain't just rain. If I go into a room that got too much AC, my bones start to ache.
Ouch.
Yeah, this shit ain't no joke. So I want to get all these young Black men out the fucking streets.
Blue, I have a question.
Yes.
You didn't get shot trying to sell some life insurance in the hood, would you?
No, unfortunately, and I can speak to that too.
You think Kevin Samuels has ever done more than stubbed his toe?
I doubt it. But yeah, no. So I appreciate your candor in that. But in terms of, because I look at his ranking versus what some white male who I'm trying to sell a mutual fund or get to roll his pension over.
You know something? Let him. You've done business with him and donated to him. Why don't you approach him? And he probably has other people. He's a member of a frat, and he deals in groups of allegedly high value individuals. Why don't you approach him and offer your products to him?
I will. I've actually tried to get back onto his show. He's not let me back on yet. But I will email him and a multitude of things. There's actually quite a few individuals I've been trying to work with. One whom I know personally, who's a gentleman by the name of Lawan Abrams. He works with a lot of high net worth and ultra high net worth individuals. So one of the things, and that's actually another reason that I came to spaces like this, is part of being high value is you have to have, number one, you have to be able to be used by the group. So if other high value men are unable to use you, you're not,
Yeah. And that's why I don't like networking. Networking is what can you do for me? But right.
Yeah.
That's
Mr.
networking.
Chameleon,
That's networking.
SMIB, brother.
You'll be all right, man. Just stop putting these dudes on the pedestal, man.
That's my boy Leon right there. He's like a brother from another mother.
Yeah, I like that. So he's F&A. I mean, I'm liking that. I see a lot of PHA guys out here. So I will recognize that because my better auspice, my northern jurisdiction recognizes that. So I will recognize you from the Continental 287. But Acacia 166 would not recognize you, sir. But they're lower level. I call them Clandies. So from UGLE and Continental 187. To the glory of the grand architect to the universe, SMIB, my brother.
Oh, you're speaking another language. Were you a Mason when you got shot?
No.
Okay.
But my brothers views me as such.
What mistaken identity? Wrong place, wrong time?
No, I was out there kicking up dust. I was working at Wendy's and selling marijuana. And I was a part of a gang. And I was living in an area where they represented a different gang. And they noticed that their pockets were getting thinner. And I was recruiting a bunch of these young men to be in this gang.
You were living a completely different life than you're living now.
Yes.
Oh, well, I guess it did you some good.
Oh yeah.
Long run.
Yeah. You know, here's the problem though. The only reason I was living that life is because I thought, and here we go is part of the reason of things like the manosphere. I thought the women wanted that. So I was the young kid. The girls wouldn't sleep with me, and I was the hardworking guy. And come to find out, like I was working at a retail store, and I had recruited a bunch of my boys to work there with me. Now my homeboys, they worked part-time, and then they went back home to the hood and, you know, spent their money on 40 ounces and dope boys. I'm calling it phone posits dopes now. I like that term. And I would be at work I'd get off of school at noon and then go work from 1 to 10 every day. And the girls' mothers would bring them to me like, yo, that's a good man. He's a hard working. But the girls was like, yeah, he's at work all day. I'm trying to fuck his homeboys. And then they'd still come and try to be my girlfriend. But they don't understand that men talk. And when we hang, my boys would be like, yeah, I hit that. Yeah, I hit that. Yeah, I hit that. And I'd be like, well, damn, I've been trying my hardest to hit that. And because I'm a upstand, then once I started with these tattoos and, you know, joining the gangs and everything, my beak started getting wet a lot. So I fell victim to running the streets, thinking that was the wave.
Yeah, that shit can happen. So what are you, about 26, 25, 26?
I'm 36.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm much older than I look via picture. I wish I was 25. If I knew then what I knew now, oh God.
Shit.
No, just getting shot that many times is just like a sobering thing, because I know it's just not getting shot. There's trauma, and then there's recovery, and then then there's the ghost that you carry around. You know, you hear gunshots and everything, you really get or car backfiring, you really react to it.
Yeah, I have PTSD still. You know, if
damn it, somebody's calling me.
And shit. But also, I like guns. Like I'm a big proponent of 2A, and I think especially black men, we should all carry. My favorite gun is the first gun I ever shot was the Smith & Wesson 40 caliber with the short clip, so it had 12. And make sure you learn. Oh, sorry.
Not bad. I'm partial because I'm a Glock man, even though that's my duty weapon. But I'm
gonna get a Glock.
Partial to that a little bit. I love my ARs. Love my ARs. I think every black man should have a rifle, shotgun, and a handgun.
Well, you know, I'm from Connecticut, so I'm partial to Mossberg, and of course Winchester.
I think Mossberg is a better weapon than even Remington. Like me and the guys at the range, we always get into pissing matches because it's the duty shotgun is a Remington. Even they say Mossberg is better.
Oh yeah, Mossberg is the superior product.
Yeah, American made, gotta love it. So I think Beasley dropped off. I think he's.
How do you feel about Berettas?
I like Berettas. They're just heavy as fuck.
Mm.
They're just heavy as fuck. At least you'll be able to bludgeon motherfucker if you can't shoot them.
Get the Glock 19. Get the Glock 19. That's a real good gun. I heard.
That's a 9mm, right?
Yeah, 9mm.
I like the Glock 22 because our duty weapons are Glock 22s, and I have a Glock 23 for my off duty 40 caliber. So I love that shit.
Yeah.
And
Glock
I really
22
do.
40 cal too?
Yep, 22, 23, and 27.
Damn. I thought
really do.
Carry bigger than a 9.
They switched over to 40 calibers years ago.
Oh shit.
Hell, some jurisdictions carry 45s. You gotta think about it. The U.S. Secret Service used to carry 357s SIG. Now they just switch back to 9s, I think. But shit, 357 SIG, and blow a fucking hole through your ass.
Where they using PM?
The next person behind you.
Yeah. I mean, you got to think about it. I mean, when you see them wear their blazers, their sports jackets, them motherfuckers have folded MP5s, folded M4s and shit underneath their blazers.
Those suit jackets are bulletproof.
Mm-hmm. The suits that the president wear are bulletproof as a motherfucker. Like, shit, we were in presidential detail one time. They said, look, if a car backfires, get behind something that fucking can take a bullet. Because you already know, one of those fucking Suburbans, the top flips over and they got a fucking minigun in it.
God damn.
I mean, I can't do anything with something that fires 50 rounds a second.
Yeah.
Fuck you want me to do? Shit.
How often you go to the gun range, Charles?
Not often enough, but I was going with my boys, and I was practicing with my rifle. So it was like I could still from 30 meters. Iron sights. I practice with the same shit that I practiced when I was with the QRF team in Iraq. The little 10% when they have the hostage. So I would actually do my best to hit the hostage, the terrorist. I bet my boy 10 eyes I could hit him from like 30 meters. I could shoot him in both eyes.
Oh shit! I wouldn't want to take that bet.
And he was like, he brought back the target. He was like, yo, you literally shot the motherfucker in both eyes. Aren't you supposed to? Sure, you can probably do it. Like, the only good terrorist is a dead one. Hey.
Yep. Don't they teach y'all in the Marines? I know you do, but in the Army, do y'all get taught how to shoot with both hands?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Oh, you're an Army guy too.
Yeah.
See, I was gonna go to the Marines.
My father was a Marine during Vietnam, so pick you off. And it was like, and he went during Vietnam. Like, actually, if you look at my lineage, I'm the 4th generation to go to war.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for your service as a police officer. Because I don't think, but motherfuckers know how much balls it takes to do that job.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of balls because you got to deal with. It's similar to the military, but different. Yes, the military can be political, but it's not as political. But I'm gonna tell you what is political. Up front is the police, because
like especially in Baltimore City, you gotta be a tough cop to be a cop in Baltimore City.
Yeah,
mad hard.
You got some punk motherfuckers too, and I'll be the first to admit that. But they don't last too long. They hurry up and try to get a desk job somewhere.
Oh shit! Damn.
That would be my black ass. I'd be trying to get the desk job ASAP.
and I'm not saying all desk jobs are punks, no, but there are some people who are great behind a desk and great detectives, and guess what? They'll fucking be the best street cop as well. Don't get me wrong, but you got some people who I want to hurry up and get this job because they don't want to do any real work. Like everybody, I'm a big believer that everybody has to pay their dues,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that's fucked up in a lot of organizations. We play too much nepotism, too much favoritism and shit like that. Oh, Shorty got a big butt and I want her to work in my office, so guess what?
Sick.
I'm gonna look at her. No, you could have gave that job to somebody who's capable and earned it. And I'm all about fair play. Like, and I tell a lot of brothers, man, get into these fields where you hold a lot of power, man. We hold a lot more power than let's say a lot of these brothers out there. You get to decide what is police brutality and what is not, because guess what? You're the one making the arrest or the call. And sometimes you don't need to make the arrest. Like even in one of my opening statements for the oral exam, you should be a guardian and not a warrior, where you should focus on community policing, fair and unbiased, law enforcement over needless arrests and overzealous violence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one thing that we actually need to work on. I think I'm going to do another panel for the black law enforcement. I think that might be coming up soon. I might do it tomorrow. I might get a lot of shit from me while I'm still healing up from COVID, because the lieutenant called to check up on me every 2 to 3 days, and since I'm going to be down, might as well get this good content out like today and yesterday. And it's funny because the one thing I can say about the black manosphere compared to others, you're going to get people who are red pill and married. Because red pill doesn't mean, oh, you're single. No, red pill means you date and you marry accordingly. And I know that, and I think that a lot of people are lacking in those areas. Whereas though that imagine if I didn't take the time to say, you know what, Joe, come to my platform, we're going to talk about it. Think about that. He would have been still confused, and he might have ruined himself with a really good girl.
Yeah.
And to think about it, in the black manosphere, I like to promote we are our brother's keeper. And there are people who are white who support my channel and donate to my channel, who listen to the black manosphere, and guess what? I appreciate it. And they understand that, hey, I may not be black, but I still love the message.
Right. Yeah. And that's what all it's about, is the message. It's all it's about. Message, truth, understanding, and and solutions to the problems. You know what I'm saying? That's all it's about.
And I really do think that 2021 will be an interesting year, but at the same time, I think that a lot of brothers out there really need to be particular about a lot of situations. For the fact of the matter that we're going to be on a very particular area where brothers are going to be in contact with women like never before, at least not in the last 20 years because of COVID. A lot of sisters are looking for men, man. They're not like, they're looking for the men. They're like, look, I need somebody.
Absolutely. You guys haven't noticed it? I don't even think it's should be considered a gender war right now. Right now is really the women that's really ready to conform against the women that are just staunch and trying to keep this narrative going, even though it is over.
Oh yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
I
It's
got
really
a
over.
cousin right now. She's so fine. I want her to find a man. I mean, she could stand to lose, 15 pounds, as many women could. But, oh man, she got the Coke bottle shape, light skin, good hair, nice
Sheesh.
height, everything. Perfect age. She's 27. She's
She
in
live in
the medical
Chicago.
field. No, she lives in Texas. Here's the problem. I can't. I was speaking to her, man, and she's poisoned, just like my mother and my grandmothers and my aunts, and all these older women think they just gonna go. Okay, I've lived my life. I've made my money. I'm just gonna go pluck a man off the tree that fits exactly what I want, and we're gonna live happily. And I think so. That's what Charles was doing yesterday. Was he's explaining to JoJo, look, these women, you're doing what these women are doing right now. You telling us you got a woman who fits all of the things that you want. There's never going to be a situation where it's 100% perfect.
Right.
But you got, she fits 80% of that.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of men who will deal with 20% of some little cat shit versus a
Mm-hmm.
whole bathroom, a public school bathroom.
Oh
So,
yeah.
Right.
we got to realize we can't go pick a woman off the tree. Even when we get our six figures, it's going to be harder to pick a woman who qualifies for us because now we qualify for so many other women. And now they're going to be chasing us and putting themselves in the position. Like, think about it. Look at body language, right? I don't claim to be a Mac or a pimp or a player or nothing. And yeah, I used to get sunned by women, but ask me today, I got to beat women off with a stick. If you'll notice, women will put themselves in a position where you have to talk to them. If a woman is interested in you, I'll give you an example. The other day I was at the grocery store. It's fine as wine, little Jamaican chick, wearing her little tight spandex and everything. And now I was there with my wife, so I couldn't really go too hard, and I wouldn't disrespect my wife like that. But I looked at her, I was like, oh, you got nice hair. But what she was doing was, no matter where I go, she was making sure to put herself in front of me so that I
Right.
had no choice but to interact with her. Women will do this shit, man.
Yes, they
Mm-hmm.
will. Yes,
That's
they
called
will.
Hard
mate.
rock.
Women will mate check like a motherfucker. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They will mate check like a motherfucker.
And if you
And
guys are not getting that type of attention, that just means that you gotta keep working on yourself. So just keep doing what you're doing. But
Yeah.
Blue's absolutely right. They will make themselves known. They'll open that door for you.
so see, it's a science to this shit. Like I'm gonna keep saying this. Look, men need to study women. Women need to study men. The only reason why you're losing is because you don't understand the game plan.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Once you understand the game plan, everything's fucking simple.
Mm-hmm.
indeed.
But this girl, she doesn't want to pay shit. Sometimes men don't understand. The girl who's not paying you attention may be doing you a favor.
Exactly,
Mm,
because some rejections are blessings. For example, so that girl that rejected you, you know what I'm saying, she could have ruined your life. She
mm,
could have, you know what I'm saying, found a way to get pregnant off you and then put you through a ringer. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
She could have been abusing you. She could accuse you of, you know what I'm saying, beating her and have you locked up for no reason, or she could have set you up and get robbed and killed. So don't look at everything as negative because sometimes the
What happened to
universe.
me?
Right. Sometimes the universe could be saving your behind from some negativity, but you want to be hard, like, no, man, I gotta have it because she looked good. Like, okay, you want to be hard hit it? I'm showing you that it's fire, but hey, you want to go get it? I'm gonna let you get burnt, and then you realize, oh my god, what happened? See?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Mm,
then you gotta realize a few things look, bro, you don't want to deal with that. Oh, she fine as fuck. She got a fat ass. That fat ass will cost you.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shit,
And,
nigga, that's part of why I got shot. I was in, like I said, in Winston-Salem. The other niggas, really, they couldn't fuck with me. They couldn't find no weakness. So what they do, they sent me a bitch. I'm chilling with the bitch for a couple weeks. She
Yep.
hit me up like, yo, come to the hotel. That's
Set
when I
you up.
walked out my door and these niggas shot the fuck out of me. They smacked me with the 9 and all that.
wow.
Uh-huh.
let's go ahead
See?
and put it out there, guys. Just understand if you looking at a 9 or a 10, just leave them for the streets, man. If you ever
Yes.
actually been out there dating a 9 or 10, when I tell you guys that I had to upgrade my own bodies from 180 to 200 plus, that's because these 9s and 10s, they're going to garner attention anywhere they go.
Yes, they can't even
If you're
hide. They'll
walking
be followed.
around, man, I've been out with 9s and 10s where doughboys, they don't care. They'll send their front guy to go over to the other side of the bar where you're talking to your girl, and they'll be like, hey, my main man's want to talk to you over here, and he's gonna buy you a drink, just right in front of your face, right in front of your face. So most of you
Wow.
guys, and this is Chicago, but the good thing is that we already understand how the environment is, so you always going to have people that in the area where you're at is going to be there watching over the whole parameter. Is very militaristic like. But these guys, they don't care. If you're walking around with a 9 or 10, nice black wet spandex shoes, heels, everything, coke, everything, they're not going to hesitate to shoot their shot, even if you're standing right in front of them. It got to the point where it was happening so often, and me being so young and arrogant, I just rose to the occasion. I was like, you know what, go over there, entertain them for a little while, but make sure when you come back, you actually got a drink for me. When I start getting some of the drinks from these higher value guys,
That's some pimp shit right there.
it's Chicago. So when she's coming back and I'm getting the drinks that they're buying for this girl, dude, these guys will literally, you talking about doubles, they were triple shotting these girls drinks. They're going for the gusto. They want it tonight. When I was sipping some of these drinks, that was it. I didn't need another drink. But I made sure when I drank that drink, I made sure he saw it, and I made it look like it was the best drink that I had that whole night. I sure did. But that's how you have to assert yourself. If you guys are not ready to play this game, if you guys don't have that status to where you walk out, like Blue said, you walk out the club and your girl's with you and that dude's ready to go ahead and try to emasculate you, then leave the 9s and 10s alone. The best thing, I'm probably not going to end up with an 8 or 9, maybe an upgradable 6 or 7 or 8, but other than that, leave those 9s and 10s alone. They're bringing nothing but trouble.
I'm gonna explain something about the ranking scale. We're gonna start at 5 because 5's a safe number. 5 average, 6 cute, 7 pretty, 8 beautiful, 9 gorgeous, 10 immaculate.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1, let's tell the rules of warfare. An 8 is a 10 that regular niggas can afford. Should I say that again for the niggas in the back?
Please do.
An 8 is a 10 that regular niggas can afford. What does that mean? A lot of these chicks you call 10s in your neighborhoods are probably just 8s. 9 and 10, you're going into the young Vanessa Williams, the Bria Miles, the Nicole Murphy territory. Like, no makeup, these bitches are like amazing. So a lot of guys, if 5s and 6s are playing you, stay the fuck away from 7s and 8s and above. Because you're gonna get played and you're gonna get played with a lot. And it's not cute. It's not cute. A lot of guys be like, I want a dime piece. Shit. 1, you better have a bank account, and 2, you better realize a 10 is community property.
They were never required to do anything.
Oh yeah, they're never required. They're. You want to talk about narcissistic? Oh my god. and then God forbid if she loses her looks.
Yeah. Oh, good. They're
You
the biggest
belong,
maggots too.
you belong to the night. You belong to the streets. Shit. Oh yeah, that's what you got to realize something. That 10 probably got more bodies than any one of the numbers you will see.
I want to
Exactly.
speak to that real quick, though, Charles. Fellas, realize this too. And here's the beautiful thing: if you do get you that, that 10, realize that the prettier the chick is, the more she gets cheated on. Because the prettier the chick is, other pretty chicks are going to see that, and pretty chicks get jealous. So they'll be like, well, what are you doing with, she's fine, but I'm fine too. And then they're like, well, if he was good enough to get this fine chick, he's good enough to get me. So now I'm going to chase him. So if you get a 10, realize that you're going to have headaches with a bunch of 10 bitches, and that causes a bunch of headaches.
Oh yes, Lord, because guess what? Chicks will meat watch. Oh my God, they will meat watch. And they will check. And see, the crazy part about it is, once you deal with them, you really there's no going back down anymore. It's hard to get back. I mean, think about it. It's hard to get back to there. And then it's usually when you get to that level of beauty, it's always about the checkbook. So she's not gonna necessarily always be faithful to you. She might be faithful to that money.
She's only faithful to that money.
Oh yeah, because she has options. Options.
Yeah, she got lots of options. So
shit. Imagine dealing with fucking Vanessa Williams in her prime.
Oh, nigga, what?
Very entitled. Very entitled.
What the fuck can you tell that green-eyed monster? And we have a saying. Me and my wrestlers have a saying about green-eyed chicks. They said the your green-eyed chick will fuck your life up, but you'll enjoy every second of it.
Mm-hmm. She'll know exactly how to reel you back in. As soon as something that goes wrong, she knows exactly what to do to reel you back in.
And I'm
See, if you go ahead.
And I'm gonna tell you the first thing she's gonna do: blink those emerald fucking eyes. Like a lot of you niggas never dealt. I've dealt with one chick with emerald green eyes. Oh my God! It is like God showing off. Like, yeah, God just signed the back of her ass to say, yeah, I did that. But go ahead, bro.
No, I'm just saying you're absolutely right. See, the thing about 9s and 10s is that they're never smart, but they're clever. They've never been required to do anything, but they perfected and how to maneuver at the status that they've always sat at. So they've always had experiences with, the higher tier men, and they're comfortable there. If you're trying to make your way up there, I believe you guys said it before, she'll ruin your life and she won't even be knowing it. It's just regular play for her, which is why you guys sit here and try to chase. And this is how the ranking system goes. If you're already simping for a 5, dude, you're dead if you try to jump to a 10. If you grow red pill for a 5, I guarantee there's an 8 that's going to bring you back to blue. Because everyone has a simp phase, whether they're a high status male, high value, it doesn't matter. It's levels to this shit. If you finally got red pill just for average women, and you go, to the south side of Miami, and you see all of these new beautiful women, trust me, she's way more clever. She's way more versed in actually how to maneuver her femininity in that position. You're not going to be ready for that. You're not even equipped to actually handle it. And don't let her show you that she real good with the Kegel exercises. Good God, she put that thing on you. She put that thing on you. You done. See, but once you get this scar tissue and being in reveling in these high status of women, that's when your true red pill actually comes into play. It's like it doesn't matter what level you get. It just it's the same beast, it's just a different form. That's it.
Oh yeah.
Same beast.
And then you gotta realize one important thing about this shit is that you deal with women who are dealing with guys, and money is no option to a lot of these guys. And you're right, Yvonne Perry. Most men have never seen an 8, 9, and 10 in real life. They might have seen them in magazines, but not in real life. Because I've worked with a chick who's a legit 8. Like she's like Ark of the Covenant beautiful. Like, you know, you can't look directly at her. And she has her degree from I forget where she went, in kinesiology. And it's funny because you know how you get cool with people, and she's like, "Oh, so you got your?" She was like, I was like, "What's your degree in?" And by the way, her mother's also a major in the department.
Oh,
wow!
So she comes
yeah,
from.
that's hands off.
So not for some people, but anyway, not me. But hey, I know some people. I hang around like-minded people. So hey, if you could get it, hey, we celebrate it. And the craziest part about it is that when she enjoys speaking to people about her field, which is kinesiology, which is sports medicine. So I was like, oh, when she told me her degree, I said, oh, so you specialize in sports medicine? She was like, yeah, I like that. I tell most people what my degree is in, and they don't even know what it is. And I was like, yeah, because you're talking to dumbass people that just laughing and joking. And you know, there's many. I guess you could call me like the older brother type, you know, to her. Oh, god damn, Ray Lewis hit the shit out of him. Playing Madden, but it was like giving her good advice, and when she tried to bullshit me, and people know I hate being bullshitted. If you're gonna bullshit me, let it be a funny one. And I was like, when she was talking about her relationship, I was like, could you see yourself having children with that man, or not having children? Could you see yourself marrying that man? Well, I want to have his babies. I said, God damn it, you know what the fuck I asked? I said, so are you gonna give me a good adult fucking answer, or are you gonna keep bullshitting me? Which one? And because she's pretty, remember, like you said, they're usually not required much. It's no different than having a guy who looks like Idris Elba or Henry Cavill come out there. You're like, oh, like most women are gonna fucking lose their fucking minds. And I know Obsidian gets mad with me when I talk about the genetic jackpot, but yes, there are some motherfuckers who has the genetic jackpot, unfortunately. So you gotta maximize your skills by working out. You gotta maximize your game. People hate to use the word game in these parts. Some people do. I said, yeah, you have to have game.
You got to. They're clever. They're too clever. You have to have game.
You deal with beautiful women. You gotta show beautiful women. Here's how you never lose a beautiful woman. Show her that you don't need her.
Yep.
Say it one more time, Charles. Say it one more time.
Show her that you don't need her, and that you're willing, and where you're willing to leave her
at any time. So show her. Set us out. Show her that she ain't nothing but a number. Ain't nothing but a number, and there's more women like you. So you ain't all that special. So
you know what I think men don't realize?
Yeah.
8, 9, and 10, it don't matter. Because, for example, Mrs. Blue Blazer knows damn good and well that as we speak, there's at least 4 to 6 other women who would slit her throat to take her place, even if I was an ain't shit nigga. Especially when it comes to black women. So I think men need to start realizing that. Even when you get these dime ass women, let that woman know. Look, just like it's you, and I got you, I could be Mr. Bufugly. Guess what? There's 4 other women who look like you trying to take your place. 4 other women who look 1 to 2 points less than you trying to take your place. Obviously, if she's a 10, there's nobody above her trying to take her place.
Right.
But there's 4 people just like you, above you and beneath you, that are willing to step into your place, woman. And that's
Right.
for the sheer fact that numbers-wise, more women are existent than men.
And that's the thing. You gotta treat them like as if like they ain't the best thing that happened to you. Treat them like as if like they're just another chip in the bag. It
It's
was
an
You know
more
old
that
chips,
tell me
there's more
wife. I do
bags.
tell Miss Blue Blazer she the best thing that happened to me.
It's an old alpha saying. You got to cheat on a bad bitch at least once just so she knows that she's replaceable.
Mhm.
Got to cheat on just once. And it's sad when I realize that's sad, but it's true. Once you see,
Caught
once you
cheating on
see
you
how,
just once.
yeah,
Once you do it. See, the problem is this. The average woman is not used to competition.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that. That's why it's so weird and arcing for them.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of them bitches be screaming like a Phil Perry concert, and just because they're not used to being competed against, that's not fair. That's so fucked up. Yeah, we know. Tell us, welcome to the men's world. Where we compete all day, every day.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so fucked up. You telling me I can't get the best that I want out of this shit? Nope. Sorry. You got a struggle bug like we do. So hey. So the whole scenario flips on their head, especially when it comes to attention. And that's the major weakness of any woman, from a 1 to a fucking 10. And women always say they hate it because why y'all gotta judge us from 1 to 10? Because y'all do it too.
exactly. Shit test.
Well, but you try to marginalize my beauty, just like they talked about the chick with Kevin Samuels. That chick was a 4, not a 5.
Oh shit! God damn!
Dude, you can see the penmanship on her eyebrows. Like,
Damn!
Why did
I'm not trying to be mean, but
I mean, she had the eyebrows of a Jack Kirby fucking classic comic book strip.
Damn!
Wowzer.
Yeah, that's...
it wouldn't have been so bad if her forehead wasn't so shiny.
And big. I mean, she looked like Roger from fucking American Dad.
And she ain't got no body. She's a stick figure.
Damn!
She got a body. She does have a body. I said it earlier. She built like the cockroaches from Men in Black.
Oh shit!
God damn! Hey, what's up, coffee? What's up, coffee? Oh, that's fucked up, man. That's crazy.
This is the average conversation with the guys that she wants to get with. This is just a normal conversation at the bar. Literally,
you got
like she embarrassed herself going up there.
You got a guy who sells insurance. And what do you do, bro?
So I'm insurance
and real estate,
which is tax prepared. So I can also prepare your tax. I'm self-employed. I'm a walking hedge fund.
Oh yeah. So good
morning.
And what do you do? Perfect wealth.
Pretty much the same. I'm a day trader, and I am an insurance sales. Well, I have my Series 6, so at the firm we sell insurance.
Do you have the
life? I'm sorry.
Do you have the SIE, or did you get in before that? I'm going for the SIE.
No, I got in before that.
Lucky bastard.
Yeah.
I
go ahead.
And you got guys. Oh, you can finish what you're saying. I'll finish after.
No, I'm done. No, I'm done.
You got guys. You got literally a guy who's a police officer for 14 years and still on a promotional list and about to go on another promotional list. And these are the guys she wants to get with. You know what I'm saying? And Aqua Dragon got his thing going on too. These are the guys she wants to get with. And this is what guys at the barbershop, the cigar lounge, or just kicking it at their homie's house. This is what they talk about. You see that chick right there? Like, she really wants 100 stacks nigga or a nigga who makes money or brings in money and has influence, and she's coming with us with bare minimal shit. I said, think about that. My son's 13, but he's not rude. I got to deal with a chick, and I don't even know what your son is like. And the first time I tell him to do something, and he says, "You ain't my daddy," and get me lit, I'm gonna be ready to put him through a fucking brick wall. Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. But this is the problem with you, chick. You should have stayed with the nigga. Why is it that you can't submit to me, but that nigga you had the baby by, you submitted all to him? What you think sex is? It's an act of submission.
I mean, if I take it a step further, like me personally, I don't even believe in that. You know, this is going to be controversial, but like, I don't even believe in the fact of dealing with another man's shit, right? Like, so my whole thing is, you got another man's kid. If you're not going to either give custody back to that father, then what you're essentially doing is making me a cuck. Because now you're valuing, you want me to use my resources to take care of this other man. So you're telling me straight like that you feel this other man is superior, and you need to have me use my resources to further his gene pool. I ain't with it.
and then you still want to be able to give me lip.
Yeah.
The fuck out. In the words of Baltimoreans everywhere, the fuck you mean? Oh, I take the fuck you mean? What are you fucking serious? But I'm gonna argue with you, and I'm gonna tell you you ain't shit because you don't do this. The fuck you mean? I make 6 figures with my dog grooming business. Whose fucking hair you doing? Ultimate Lassie?
I don't think she makes 6 figures, man.
No, I don't see where it is. Like in COVID, motherfuckers are sending their dogs to you for what? When in a lot of places in the United States, you're not even supposed to really be out the house unless it's for food. Really?
Right.
Yeah.
I make 6 figures, but I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. She makes 6 figures. One, you're trying to attract men the same way men attract women.
It's not a cheat code.
I would say that if we walked up and was like, "Girl, don't you see my hits? I could bear you some children." They'd be like, "If you don't get your fruity ass out of here, you want to make."
Like you see this dick? You see this dick? Come on, dick for sale. Like what the fuck? Like I'm just wondering. Like, do y'all even know what attracts men anymore?
And that's exactly the thing. That's exactly the thing. And
well, they don't care.
They don't care. She thought it was. See, these days, females think that because they saw Jay-Z pull Beyonce, everybody's got this whole power couple thing going. So they think, well, I know I'm a 6, I know I'm a 5, I know I'm a 4, but if I can bring myself to a 6-figure income, maybe I can finagle something that Beyonce did. They're trying to follow this script in which they see all these other women in the entertainment industry they actually got away with, but that's an anomaly. Just like Nas said, I hope you don't think you think you pulling bitches because of your looks. But women didn't hear that when they seen Beyonce, and they know Beyonce is average. They know that. They know
Kelly Rowland looks better than Beyonce.
Yeah,
man. Well, I like chocolate chicks, so
yeah, I like chocolate chicks too.
Kelly Rowland is a legit 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, you ever seen a dark chocolate chick with no flaws?
Yeah. Man.
Or what's that Dominican girl, Amora La Negra?
Yeah, especially when people be like, "Yeah, I don't like dark-skinned chicks." Since when?
Oh, shit.
Since when? Once again, if you actually ask the black man what's attractive, you may get a good answer.
But Charles, they know that's not what it is. like, okay, bringing it back to being that it's a level to this. Where all of this colorism argument is coming from, it started off with the white women. The light skinned women would actually follow the white women and what they were doing. And just like how right now, what it is everyone's having a big waiting to exhale conversation around each other. The white women would basically go to the light skinned women in these conversations, say, oh, well, I got the men doing this, and this. Of course, it sounds very crazy, but if they're doing it, they feel that they are entitled to do the same thing if they deem themselves at the same level. Once the light skinned females got it, they start doing it to the same dark skinned chicks. So now when the dark skinned chicks come out and say, oh, well, it's colorism because you guys don't want us and you don't let us do this, they want to get away with the same bullshit that these light skinned women are keep telling them. Oh, well, you know, he's eating my ass or he's licking my toes. And then most of the time they're not doing it, but they know that this is how these dark skinned chicks grade themselves. If I'm not getting away with doing the same things these girls are getting away with, then automatically they don't like dark skinned women. And this has been a whole lie from the beginning. Dark skinned women hear these, they sit in these conversations quietly because they know they're just following the leader. Like I said, Beyonce's right at the top. So everyone's vicariously living through her. If they hear the Beyonce in the group saying, oh, well, my man does this for me, or my man does that for me. So she's going to go back to her man and try to get him to do the same thing, even if she's not really getting that. And if the dude says, girl, if you don't get your ass on my face, she's like, oh, well, you hate dark skinned women. No. But she's not going to come out and say, well, you know, I just heard, you know, I heard Lisa say that her man does this for her. And then when you sit down with Lisa's husband and he tells you, no, she lying. I ain't never did none of that bull. But that's where the whole communication is broken. These females are just following the next person in line. And they're mad because they think that the other girls are getting one thing and they're not getting the other. That's where all this colorism is coming from, guys. It's no such thing. It really, I'm telling you, if you listen to some of these girls talk, they almost slip up and say it, and then they'll catch themselves, and then they'll revert it back and actually pointing it to you, like, oh, well, you guys just keep chasing after these white women when you just sit here and told them that 15% of the black population of men is only going for white women. So how can you say all of these black men hate black women when 85% of us is going for you?
Because they want to listen to the negativity. They don't want to listen to. If they listen to the men who aren't that 15% who are running to the white women, you can't say, oh, see, well, that's why I'm fucked up because, you know, the reason I'm sitting here 62 old in a strag is because, you know, all y'all men keep running to the white girl, as opposed to, well, that's only 15% and now I have to look at my fuck upness.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And then on top of that, it does something that you don't see very often in the community, which is called self-reflection.
Yeah, I know where you're going with it, for Charles. Go ahead.
Because when you self-reflect, you will be able to talk about your weaknesses and your strengths. And guess what? These chicks know, and they know in their goddamn hearts, they can't compete. What they're trying to do is find a sucker. Just like that chick I spoke about earlier, that light-skinned chick. She's not trying to find a husband. She's trying to find a sucker. If she really wanted to find a good husband, a good man with some sense, first damn thing she be doing is trying to apologize to that man. But you know what she's not going to do?
What?
She's not going to do that for the sake of this, because she doesn't think she did anything wrong.
Damn, that's crazy.
Ain't that true, though?
In her mind, she don't think she did shit wrong. Think about it. That man is required to pay for my daughter's shit, even though it was my failure to support and feed my own damn child. and you're going to look down upon me for your failure. The audacity of these bitches. And it's shameful for black men who actually allowed them to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, I don't think y'all right, because I would have took the girl out and I'd have done all this.
Oh my God, Captain Saberho, shit, can't stand them niggas, man. But she's a queen, you know. It's our job to look out. No, no,
Sorry,
it's not my
gentlemen.
job because first of all, she's not my woman. It's not my kid. That's first of all. And second of all, she hasn't done anything to earn that treatment from me in the first place. So what's the problem with these niggas, man? Just Captain Saberho ass niggas.
Yeah, I mean, look at it on a fundamental scale.
Yeah,
Look at it on a fundamental scale. A lot of these guys think in a scarcity mindset. Very much so.
yeah,
Very much so. They got the scarcity mindset where if I go out and I talk to this chick or get this chick to notice me, if I don't do it, nobody will type attitude.
yeah.
And this is what happens. You get these chicks gassing these niggas up, right?
Yeah.
And the failure of these men, instead of actually keeping a good head on their shoulders, keeping their mind right, being on their purpose, getting their body straight, getting their soul straight, getting their emotions straight, they dwell too much in the fucking wells of obsolescence. And then they wonder why they keep losing. They wonder why they keep going through so many situations, because you're not willing to learn. You don't put yourself first and your fucking purpose first. Because guess what? When you put your purpose first and you become the captain of your destiny and the master of your fate, and you got a good woman, she's going to follow that because she has faith in you. She has belief in you. She has love in you. But when you leave with your wallet, remember this. Wherever you start, that's where you're going to fucking end.
Yep. You come in buying, you leave in buying.
Mm-hmm. Let me see this question. Quentin McIntyre. If you ask a woman what's her purpose, is her answer will have nothing to do with a man. In their mind, everything is centered around them and what they want. Yes, but that's why it's up to men to give women direction. Not saying there's no women out there who don't have direction, but it's up to women to give them direction.
Exactly, the right women at that. So that's why we
Exactly.
appreciate. That's why we appreciate the women in this space, like China White, Nicole Ali, Kendra, all these women, because these women are on the right path. And of course, they get a lot of hate because they're the pick me's or they're going against the sisterhood of the gynocracy. But that's okay
You know,
because they,
somebody said
yeah,
that yesterday. I think it
yeah,
was Danica and Six the Goddess. And she was
yeah,
saying, you know, this whole pick me thing is funny as hell. She was like, y'all women realize that's the goal, right? Is
yeah.
to
It's
be
to
picked
pick me.
by a
Yeah,
man.
it's the one that
So
get picked.
yeah, so why the
That's
fuck
what,
would I not want to be a pick? Why is that offensive? That's like,
that's,
right?
Shit makes no
I use
sense.
that same term. Like when I use, like, let's use the N word and when black people call white people crackers. And I always say,
Yeah,
listen, we're calling them a cracker. Is that really a bad term? You're basically saying, because a cracker was a person who cracked the whip on your ass. So basically
yeah.
calling them a cracker is saying, you're the person who beat my ass. Hey, cracker, person who beat my ass. Is that really a slur against it? And like, is that offensive to call someone the person who beat your ass?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
think about it. You'll call people, oh, you're a cracker. Well, you're the person who beat us mercilessly.
Yeah,
That's not really negative to me. If you call me the guy who beat you mercilessly, okay. Well,
unless you don't want to be, unless you don't want to be reminded of that past of yourself,
Well, that's
then
true.
they're offended. Yeah.
But other than that, nah, I ain't gonna be offended for being known as the motherfucker who beat your ass. Uh, uh, uh.
Yeah.
Man, this
So
pick
it's
me
the
shit
same
is
thing with
gonna
the pick
die
me.
out. This pick me shit is gonna die out as soon as automation is in full fledged attack.
Oh
I'm not
hell yeah.
so I'm not even worried about it. That's gonna be retired. The thing is, the
Yeah.
females just don't have the gift of foresight. So, I mean, let them go ahead and they can stick. They can stick with that as long as they can. It's just time. That's all. All the
The
other females are ahead of the curve. That's trying to let the females know, like, hey, this is exactly what you want. Once the smoke clears and automation is taking all the jobs, yeah, pick me is going to be the hashtag. Everybody needs to be a pick me.
yeah.
I'm glad y'all said that about the pick me. Are you happy not being picked?
Good
No.
question, Charles. That's a real good question.
Are you happy not being picked? Like it's mind fucking. Like who doesn't want to be picked?
Yeah.
Especially for something that you want to have, like a relationship, a man
Exactly.
with means. Come on now.
Yeah.
Like who doesn't want to be picked? Like I'm just getting
They with the chat
confused
so
by
far.
this current shit because a lot of this shit is coming on and I'm just like, yo, this shit is making no sense.
No sense.
Shoot. I'm gonna give everybody last thoughts and we're gonna hit over to Roger to see what he's talking about. Hopefully it's some good shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
We bar
indeed.
hopping. We bar hopping to Black Manosphere.
No
Bar hop in the
bullshit.
black man is there. I like that.
We're gonna start with Aqua Dragon, then Perfect. Last but not least, the Blue Blazer.
All right. Well, I'm gonna start with this. Just because a woman is a woman, don't mean she's entitled to things. You know what I'm saying? A woman has to earn, and entitlement has to earn things. She has to bring more than base level stuff, which is her the word. You know what I'm saying, and her beauty. You know, even though we like that, but she has to bring more than above base level things. And then once she proves her worth to us, then she's entitled and she earned higher level of masculinity from which she wants and needs. That's my last statement.
Okay. My last statement, I'm gonna keep it short, but anytime you're approaching a female, if she tells you that she is the table, ask her, okay, if I was to leave this table right now, what would make me better for what I'm already doing? If she can't tell you what's gonna be actually benefiting you, even walking away from the table, then that table's trash. Throw it away. Period.
Mhm.
Real talk.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You can't just
I'm
sit
gonna
at a
piggyback
table and
off of
not
that
eat
one.
anything.
yeah, sure.
I'm a, I'm gonna piggyback off of that one. Perfect. Well, I'm gonna use that table analogy. Let the woman feel she's the table. That's fine. You're a man. So when she says I am the table, great. So where are you gonna house that table? See, I'm the man. I'm bringing you the house that's gonna have that dining room that you're gonna sit that table at. So
Mm. Okay.
where's she gonna house that table? Be the
Mm.
table, but where you gonna house
Damn. Whoo.
it?
Powerful.
And with that, I'm out.
How am I supposed to follow up with that? Easy. Not only can you keep your damn table, because nobody really wants to eat on a fucking ping pong table anyway.
Exactly.
Remember this. I'm the brick of the foundation of the house that's going to be built. I am the blade of grass which the land is going to be tilled. I
Mm.
am the gun that protects where you even stay.
Yeah.
So you can have your table, and if that's all you want to claim for and that's all you want to be praised for, fine, I'll praise you for that. But guess what? If you're still looking on the outside the gates of the pearly gates, then you haven't completed your mission of getting inside, have you?
Mm.
Deep,
Stop trying to be the rulers of hell and just be the servants of heaven. It's going to work a lot better for you.
Mm. That's deep.
Stop trying to. I'm gonna say it again for the Negroes in the back who didn't hear.
Mm.
Stop trying to be the rulers of hell and be the servants of heaven, because it's gonna work out a lot better
Whoo.
for you.
A lot better for you.
Because when you in hell, you're not gonna be able to get to my well that's also swell, that's going to make you well again.
Yeah.
Oh, well. And for those who want to be entitled, remember, to be entitled, you must work for it.
Mm-hmm.
For much is given, much is required.
Mm.
Remember this. Are you worth it? Are you a benefit? Are you an asset? Are you a blessing? Are you a curse? Do not expect hard-working men to till the fields. And when harvest comes out, don't have your hands out if your hands don't have blisters like his. And I leave you with that. Woo!
Woo!
And on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Woo! And we out.
Always styling, forever profiling. Later, folks.
Take care.